Whatever. Hey, it's what? 6:42 in the evening. I am babysitting a dog again. Siobhan is here. You know, the little terrier with the ears that stand up. My middle daughter's dog. She went over to my youngest daughter's house to help her replace a door in her garage, a walk-in door in her garage. And they ran into some unexpected difficulties. And oop, she's going to stay the night over there. So I had to make sure the dog was let out and pottied. Had to make sure the dog got fed. We've been having fun. She's been sitting on my lap, watching the computer, helping me eat crackers. I fed her. We've been outside for an hour or so this afternoon. She's doing good. It's not the dog that's in the thumbnail. That's my buddy Ridgway that got killed by the mailman a couple years ago. But this is another terrier, about his size, a little taller than him, maybe weighs about the same. This one, Siobhan, still has her tail. Mine, those terriers get bobbed. They get bobbed tails. I like terriers that have 6 inches of tail left on them, so I can grab them and pull them out of a hole, which is the way they're supposed to be cut. Hi, Callan. How are you doing? Was you at the WWP auction tonight? I was for most of the evening. I bid on a lot of stuff. I only got a couple items. What did I get? Oh, what did I get? I got a bag of, I got a Westward Journey Nichols collection, 2 years of Nichols, which are going to go to Jenna's 10-year-old boy. And I got a bag of pay dirt from Swamp Dog. I'm interested in seeing what his pay dirt is like. It's a 1 gram bag, so we'll see. And then I bought a memorial round Sassy Susan had donated. That was in memory of her man. And so I bought that. I'm thinking about just donating it back to her. I don't know. I might. Whatever. We'll see. Hey, Sheet. What's up, buddy? I understand. Sleeping and kids. Well, I was going outside to work. I was going to split wood. And I walked outside. It's fucking raining. And then it actually started snowing. Just ever so slightly. Started snowing. And I thought, you know what? I better cover up the wellhead. So I covered up the wellhead. And I was going to go out and start my wood burner, but I'll do that tomorrow, I think. I got to take the pail off of the exhaust, load some wood up, start it up, start the pump in the basement. That's it. We're done. I got to turn the valves on, but that's nothing. Although I did go out and get mail today, and I got some mail from M4D today, so I know what this is. You'll be surprised. And I got one nice bag. This is from Nine Fingers Mining up in Fairbanks, Alaska. Creed. I know what this is too. So maybe we should take a look at this stuff and see what it is. I've been trying to get my large penny collection straightened around, get my small penny books straightened around and continuing on. I have one book that's full from 1858 to 1972, and I got to continue with the 70s, 80s, 90s up into the 2000s. So we'll get those. Those are the easier ones to get. My little nickel books. I want to start with all of my fish scale nickels first, and I got quite a few I still need, but then move on to my beaver nickels after that. I got my dollar book pretty much updated. I need to order another dollar book because I'm going to just put commemorative dollars in that book. I have them in the years also, like 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I have all of the commemorative dollars that were made during those years right in line with all the other dates. But I want another whole book with nothing but commemorative dollars in. So I'll do that too. What was the other book I was looking at? Oh, my 50 cent and quarter books. Man, I'm going to tell you what. I really need to work on those two. Really need to work on those two. Hey, Asakura Mining. What's up, man? Yeah, there at the auction, there was one coin that I really wanted to get. It was a Canadian. It was a Privy coin that I don't have. Anyway, I'm sitting watching the timer on the screen right down there. I'm watching the timer. I got 10 seconds left on the timer. I have my bid in. I'm ready just to hit the fucking enter button when we get down to 1 second. And all of a sudden it comes up sold in the fucking chat. So what the fuck? And I complained. And then Adam J come back and told me, he said, well, it was just your screen that was 10 seconds. I mean, it was just on your computer. There was 10 seconds left. He said on mine, the sold and the timer went out same time. I said, well, I'm thinking to myself, that's kind of funny because it didn't do that before that coin. It didn't do it after those coins, all the way to the end. It was, granted, might have been a glitch, but I call it bullshit. So anyway, that's just my bitch. And if that happens more than once to other people, then I'm just thinking that something's probably wrong. I don't know. But anyway, let's open up Creed's package. I really am going to be real interested in what Creed's got in his dirt bags tonight. Hey, I had pants on. Wonderful, huh? Let's just open this little bugger up. I know it's a bag of pay dirt. I think it's a gram bag. Pretty sure it's a gram bag, but I did get the gram bag from Swamp Dog, so I'll be interested in, that'd be my first bag from him too. So it'll be real interesting to see what his pans out to be. Swamp Dog does sell pay dirt, so double wrap. Oh, look at this, man. Holy crap. There is more stuff in here you know what to do with. Look at, I got a nice little pan. That one's as big as your hand. I mean, this one, you could actually use this one. You could actually pan with this one. Yeah. All right. That's cool. And then what else I got in here? I got 2 more small pans for putting gemstones and little pickers in and stuff. I didn't have a blue one before. And now I'm interested to see if I can see gold in this blue pan before I actually order a blue pan. I have green pans. So maybe I'll order a blue pan. Yeah, we'll see what the gold looks like in that pan. That's different. And what else I got in here? Funny. I got these nuts. I got these nuts. I'm going to put this on a keychain, just sure as shit. And it's kind of neat because it's really satiny, really a satiny finish. I don't know if you can see that finish on there, but that's real satiny looking. That's funny. That's funny as shit. All right. Oh, Lord. All right. Let's put these nuts in these pans. Ah, God. Fun. And it looks to me like this bag is going to be tough to. Yeah, well, I think I managed to save that bag. Yeah, I think I can probably use that again. I don't know. I don't like using the U.S. Postal Service bags over again because they charge you the same as if you got a new bag anyway. But all right. Hey, got a sticker from a book. Ooh, this is a Diablo bag. I wonder. Diablo bag. Oh, nice bag, man. Nope, this is moose pubes. Moose pubes. Nice bag, though. God, dog, man. Bags like this is what I keep pores in. Pores that I buy from other people. Well, it sure keeps stuff in place if the bag happens to come open. Oh, this is a half-gram bag. Half-gram of moose pubes. I see a red rock right up on top. You see that? A green one too. So we got some gemstones in there also. That's a pretty big bag, man. That's going to be fun. I think that's going to be fun. There's some more rocks in there for Jenna's boy. I save all of the gemstones and I send them to Jenna's boy. Oh, there's that green rock just came out of there. See it? It's another one. I probably won't send that to him. That's another little D's nuts. That'd be a miniature version of this. You see it? It looks, that's funnier than shit. Somebody's got a sense of humor. I like that. All right. We'll put this back in his bag. That's for this winter. That's all I got content for this winter. So I can do some panning videos. Moose pubes. All right. Very good. Well, that's all right. I like that. These nuts. These people are nuts. Funny. And then we got this one from Mike for Democracy. Now he got that taped up pretty good. I wonder if I can save that bag. Put that on the ground. Let's see. I wonder if I can save this bag. Uh-oh, come on. Ooh, there we go. Yes, baby, I can save that bag. And we got a thank you card. I put in the 2025 veterans chips, and AG47 has set aside the 2024 chip you are missing. Thank you, friends. Mike. Well, thank you very much, Mike. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. I have 2 of the chips right up here. And I didn't have the other ones. I got those 2 for 2023 and 2024. Or no, 2024 and 2025. There you go. There's another one from 2025 and another one from 2024, which I didn't get. This is the Wounded Warriors benefit, and this is the Wounded Warriors, see? And there's 2 for Memorial Day also, which I didn't have. So Mike gonna send them to me. Thank you very much, buddy. Thank you very much. And what do we have in here? It's taped in there. Look at that. Off we go into the wild blue yonder. What have we got? Hey, JJ, who's MLZB? Michael Burnett. Michael Burnett, who's probably met more rockers than I've ever listened to. But he lives in California, so you know. And where? Whoa, hold up. Where's MLZB at? Where? Oh, there you are. Hold up. Sorry, buddy. Didn't see you. I don't look at chat that much. All right, now you're blue. Cool, Kellen. Are they Canadian or regular nickel albums? Well, let's see what we got right here, because we are going to, okay. Anybody else come up that I didn't catch? Doesn't look like it. All right, MLZB, you're now blue. So come up, say something. And you should be blue again. I don't know. I thought the bids were all pretty good as far as being quick, you know, and on the timers and stuff. But you know, when you're trying to move pay dirt, I don't know how many people actually cross over communities from the gold panning community over to the coin community and back. I know there's a few of us, but I don't know how many that is. That might have been why that was a little slow, but even still, all in all, 1 gram bag, and I think I got it at $138 is about right. So I thought it was all right. I don't know, man. Yeah, they might have been slow, but that might be because we don't have that many people crossing over. Hi, Lisa. Well, he might be gone, but if he comes back, he'll be blue. You can tell him he's blue now. Tell him I don't pay attention to chat. And everybody always bitches. You're not paying attention to chat. You're not paying attention to chat. Well, I got to look over here. I got to look over there. I got to look over here at a camera. I got to look down here at stuff I'm doing and trying to think in my head what it is I'm trying to say a lot of times. doesn't work out. No, Mike for Democracy contacted me and asked me if I wanted to buy some gold. And I said yes, but I can't buy all that he had. I could get half of it, but I couldn't get all of it. And so he said, yeah, he would sell me half if he had another person that wanted it all, and evidently they couldn't take it all. So he said, yeah, I'll give it to you. All right. Well, cool. I can do that. Oh, here are the other chips. Look at this. Here are the other chips. Veterans Day. And then we got this one from Mike for Democracy. Flying Dragon Precious Metal. And I bought from Mike. Before. And it's always a pleasure doing business with him. M4D International. Well, there's one of the other chips right there. I'll be damned. Thank you for that. Cool. Very cool. Now, he threw something else in there, too. And this is a heads you win, tails you lose kind of thing here. Yep. Exactly. I saw that the moment it laid there. Heads you win. And tails you lose. Oh, no, it's tails I win. Look at that. Hey, Martin Treasure Hunt, how are you, buddy? Everybody's still blue up and through there. Okay. Well, that's nice of him. Very nice. You know what? I was wondering. I was looking because I want to put a couple coins in these little books here that I bought from Black Blackas a while ago. But I'm trying to determine. I need to find the capsules that fit in there. See, that comes out, and the capsule should fit right in that plastic. But these capsules, and I got some extra ones of these, are all too big. So I'm wondering if it takes a special capsule size from Canada, Canadian size. But, oh well. We will leave it there like that. I'll find them one of these days. And then what we got here? Oh, hey. I got my little plastic Jesus. Wait a minute. I think I got twins. Let me see. Yep, I got twins. There's my other one. I had another one. I don't know where it came from. If that came from Stack Ann, or if that came from Matt, or who that came from. But I got twins now. They can both ride in the back of my pickup. I got a pickup up here they can ride in the back of. I can't put them in the other one, but they can ride in the back of this pickup. That's where they usually ride, back there in the back of that pickup. Of course, you can always turn it around. And so they could be facing forward also. Just like that. Riding in the back of my pickup. Oh, it's so much fun. And then look what we got here. I got a couple of 1 gram maples. And what else did I buy? A couple of 1 gram Valcambis, I believe. Hold up a second. Let me get them out of there. Yep. Couple of 1 gram Valcambis. Do 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 da do da. Couple Valcambis and a couple of maple leaves. Matter of fact, I just used one of my other maple leaves, paying for that pew pew that I made the post about at PTR 91, which is AK 91 clone, or AK, HK 91 clone. Got AK on their brain for some reason tonight. I don't know why, but yeah, I don't want to stand up real good. These flips are junk anyway, but they're good to ship stuff in. So yeah, we got a little gold, and actually a little. I'm sure it's not silver; it's probably nickel or whatever. But it'd be neat if it was silver. Let's see. Hold up a second. I guess maybe I could put that fly swatter away now. Well, guess what? It's not magnetic. So it's kind of hard to tell what that is then. We could put it on the Sigma and see, but my guess is probably not silver. Well, let's do that. Should we? All right. You guys got to go up there. What should we call this pair anyway? Jesus and what? Turn you on. Let's see what we got. Silver, 90%. No. Let's go up to pure. Put it on here. Well, that's all over the place. From one extreme to the other. So it's not going to be silver. But let's take a look here. Could it be sterling? No, it couldn't because it doesn't settle down. So, let's go back. Sorry. You dumb shit. Let's go down to copper. Let's go to copper. Yeah, it's partly copper. So it's copper nickel, I'm thinking. But it's not a bad thing because it's a neat little piece. That's a neat little piece. Yeah. All right. Well, the Sigma earns its keep again. The Sigma earned its keep again tonight. I can't believe that I'm getting a pan full of these nuts. 9-finger mine. I gotta bring that. Where are those? There they are. I'm wondering, can I get that in there? That ain't gonna go. But I'll bet if I sit it up like That maybe? Nope, that ain't gonna work. Huh, that ain't good. So then, if we go like that, nope, that ain't gonna work. All right, let's go like this. There, that works. Yeah, that works. And we'll stick these nuts, we'll stick them right down there. And then we got those two pans also. And I should be able to stick this on there also. Nope. I don't want to do that either. Yeah, we'll set you up right there. How's that? And Jesus can look up over the backside. There you go. That works. There, just like that. Diablo must be his pit bull. So, it's a nice color, though. I like that one. My daughter's pit bull is the white version of him. 3 likes and 5 watching. Wow, that's normal here. Why are we in trouble? Oh, I don't know. I think about stuff. Yeah, it's 55, 53. I don't know. With the tail lights, it almost looks like a 53, but I don't know. I'm not that versed in my years of pickups. I've had other pickups, but I got this one that Hillbilly Samurai repainted for me. I mean, repainted everything inside and out. So yeah, I got trucks. I got a couple trucks up here. Anyway, that's all I got. I mean, I don't have anything more than that. I did manage to snag a couple pieces tonight, so I got another gram bag of pay dirt from Swamp Dog. I got some Westward Journey nickel sets, a couple years worth, and they're going to go to Jenna's little boy, and not the one that was just born, her other boy, who's what is he, 10, 11, 12, something like that. Just getting into collecting presidential coins. I sent him some presidential coins. I got some more coming, I think, for him. I got a package to send to her, but I got to fix that damn cigar box because the hinges came out again. So I'm going to have to glue them this time. I'm just going to super glue them. No, I had no problems getting a WWP receipt at all. I mean, you go on the pay tab and it takes you right to the website. I paid with PayPal, so I had a PayPal receipt that showed up right away. And then it wasn't a minute later, I went over to my email and boom, it was there. I forwarded that right to the benefit and good to go. It didn't take but a minute and a half, and had it all done. So I didn't have any problems that way. I don't know if anybody else experienced any problems, but I thought it ran pretty smooth tonight. I don't think anybody really had any problems. I mean the people doing the auctioneering, and I think The one problem that I had might have been in the mods might have had something wrong, different than we were looking at something different. You know, the timing was off there. I don't know how that went, but anyway, other than that, I think it went pretty smooth. All right, let me put this stuff down here. Oh, yeah, that's the easiest way to put it down. That little blue pen, this blue pen, I think you could actually pan some gold with that. But hey, we'll see how that works out. I don't know. We'll see how that works out. Let's put these two Jesuses back up here on my stage, because they go up there on my stage along with this guy. And I got my two little army guys up there. I got a mortarman and I got a rifleman. So let's just take the bag of dirt and set over here, because that's a lot of stuff. And that's got to get inventoried and put away. I'll put my nuts up here. No, just kidding. This goes in my book. And these two go over here. I have a chip tower that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spots open. So Mike for Democracy or Chip will be in one of my chip towers here. I have 2. So that works out just fine. All right. Let's throw this up here. All right. There you go. How are you there? All right. We'll move that over there. We'll put my feet up. Why? Because I can. Yeah. Oh, gotta go that way. So you can see that guy right there. Mr. Tom Turkey. Miss Jenny Turkey is in the other room, on the other wall, just opposite of right here. She's on the other wall. I had two friends. They come over here and bow hunt on my place every year. They got like 8 stands down there on 80 acres, so they don't have to keep moving stands around. They live over where my youngest daughter lives in Forest City, which is about, what, I don't know, hour from here maybe. And I hadn't seen them this fall yet, and deer season is upon us, bow season, and I hadn't seen them yet, and I wonder what the hell. Anyway, I see on Facebook that they were out west in Colorado. Kelly finally drew a tag for elk, and she went out, and Rick, her husband, went out with her and did the camera work, and went out with her and the guide, and I have to ask him what the guided hunt cost him, and compare it to the one that I had in 2019 and see, but she got a nice little 5x5. Well, I think it was actually a little bit bigger than the 5x5 I got when I went out for the first time. So she did a good job, man. I mean, it was good enough that I asked in the picture if it was a 6x6, but she said no, 5x5. So, and I don't know if they are going to pronghorn hunt while they're out there or on the way back, maybe in South Dakota. I don't know, or Wyoming, because if they go up out of Colorado and be in Wyoming, they could theoretically goat hunt up there, or in South Dakota, North Dakota on the way back. So depends on if there's over-the-counter tags or if they can get a landowner tag from one of the landowners out there. Because most of the landowners, anytime you see antelope, they're like coyotes here. If you ask a farmer out there or a rancher out there if you can shoot antelope, they'll say, yeah, but you got to shoot them all. Well, of course you can't, but they would like you to because they're just a pain in the ass. So those guys, like coyotes are here. You 3D printed a pan, and then you got the gold when you went through some pay dirt. What, you were going to put the pan in with the pay dirt, or you just printed the pan and then used it on some pay dirt to see if it worked? Frosty here? Where's Frosty? Frosty, Frosty. Where are you at? Hey, Fervid. Hey, Z. I don't see Frosty. Where's he at? Frenchie. Oh, Frenchie Frostbite. I gotcha. Why is YouTube doing this to people? Changing their names. I'm old, goddammit. It's been like 3 years since I've been in the community. I just learned everybody's names. And everybody changed their name one time, or some people did anyway. Like Annie June, she was Cricket. Now, there are other people that have done that too. Even I did that. Even I did that one time. So, but now YouTube's doing this again, and god damn, I don't know anybody's name anymore. I'm old. Quit doing that to me. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand that. I don't know what the fuck YouTube is doing, but makes no sense to me. Makes no sense whatsoever. You still go by Frenchie? Okay. Oh, I just call you Frosty. But oh, Frenchie is not Frostbite coin. I see. Okay. Very good, JJ. Very good. Now I know. Well, why are they doing that? I mean, username as opposed to nicknames, because they were doing that to me too. So I just went in and changed both names the same, no problem after that. But maybe some people don't want to do that. I don't know. But I got you, Frenchie. I got you. I got you. Anyway, does anybody know the size of the capsule that goes in these little books? And see, they had years on them. In 1982, they had years on them. So there were actually coins of some type in here. And obviously, one of these has a capsule in, the other one does not. And I don't know what size that is because I don't have them. I don't have any of them like that. But you see, this one is completely different than this one. See, that one has a little square, little holder hole, and it's got the holder that goes in there. Now, I haven't tried it just to see that's the capsule out of the other one, and that doesn't fit in that plastic. So I don't know what size fits in this plastic. So you got two separate ones. Come here, open up, you son of a bitch. They're two different ones, just like that. But the years are, this is the 1982, and this is a 1979. So that's odd. It's odd to me. And they're both the same outside, same latches, same size, same everything. They just changed the inside. And I don't know why that is. So if you got an idea, let me know. I see the spelling is different. B-I-S-B-Y. Yep, I got you. I'm not totally fucked up, but most people think I am. I got you. The land of ice and snow, would that be Canada, or would that be North Dakota, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, Michigan, Maine, upstate New York, Minnesota, Wisconsin, by Canada? Well, there's a long stretch. I live by Canada too, but I live in northern Iowa. And it felt like Canada today. Jesus Christ. It was raining. It was raining. I mean, just drizzling. It got cold enough this afternoon that it actually turned into snow. No accumulation on the ground, but you could see it as you look through it. You could see it was snow. Northern Idaho. Yep. Kind of figured. I got a buddy that lives up about by you. It'd be a few hours away. He lives in Stevensville, Montana, a little bit south of yeah. I'll think of it. Not right now, I won't. No, I went to smoke jumper school up there, Missoula. There you go. I went to smoke jumper school at the Missoula airport. Not that I learned anything about fighting forest fires, because we were not training in that. We were training in the rough terrain parachuting portion of the smoke jumper school. That was I was in the reserves at the time of the 12th Special Forces Group, and we were doing rough terrain jump training, and that's where we was a jumping at. We were getting trained by the smoke jumper instructors. Ooh, Mount Rushmore. Okay. Yeah, I got a buddy that lives in Stevensville. The last time I went out there was, God, when his wife was still alive. She died 3 years ago, I think. And just up from where the ranch was at, he was working for an airline pilot who owned a ranch out there. So he would take care of the cattle and all that other stuff. So I helped him when I went out there to vaccinate and round up cattle. Yes, I still remember how to ride a horse. And I took my skydiving gear out with me because there's an airport right there in South Stevensville that I made a couple skydives at. So that was fun. The people there are really friendly. Yeah, I did a couple of 2 or 3 person formations, in free fall, and we had a good time. So I even got some pictures with Denny, my friend that lives out there. He put my rig on and got him to stand up on a fence with a pilot chute in my one hand. He'd jump off and throw my pilot chute. I got some pictures of that. He said, "That's as high as I'm ever getting right there." I thought that was funny. That was just the funniest thing. Yep, Frenchie, I was a tandem instructor for, oh, I don't know, 10 years, I guess. And I took many, many people tandem skydiving. I was a accelerated free fall instructor in Jumpmaster also. And I was a static line instructor in Jumpmaster. So military and civilian with the static line. I was just a halo jumper with the military, which is military skydiving. But it's an infiltration method. That's all it is. But I was just a novice halo jumper. I didn't go to Halo Jump Master School. I would have liked to. That would have been a feather in my cap, but that's one school I didn't go to that had to do with things in the air, and the other thing was Pathfinder School I didn't get to go to. Those two, other than that, I did everything the Army has to offer that comes to jumping out of aircraft. Why? Because I like jumping out of aircraft. And people always ask me, why would you want to jump out of a perfectly good airplane? And, I make jokes about, all of the stress on an aircraft is in takeoff and landing. And if you get out of the aircraft before it lands, you're cutting your chances of an accident in half and blah, blah, blah. So you make jokes about that. But I jump out of aircraft because when you jump out of an aircraft and you're in free fall, the only thing you're thinking about is how pretty everything looks, what your heading is, where's the drop zone, looking at your altimeter, waiting for altitude to throw the pilot chute. And then once you throw the pilot chute, then your mind is fixed on head up, and what do you see? Slider down, full canopy, slider up, line twist, end cells collapse. What? That's all you're thinking about. Nothing else in the world matters at that point. So thank me for my service. You're welcome. You're welcome. I never know what to say when people say, well, thank you for your service. I'm usually at a loss for words. And I actually, instead of saying you're welcome and just leaving it at that, I usually say, well, no, thank you. I don't know. Whatever. Just one of those things. Oh, did you guys, you listen at the start of the WWP auction tonight and listen to, what was his name? The Marine that gave his personal story. He actually plays music and whatever. What was his name? I forget. I don't know if you could see it. I could see it, and he was telling a story and he would get to a part. He had to put his head down and just think for a while. I could tell that he was still feeling it. He was still feeling it. And he came back up with a smile, but that's his coping mechanism right there. The music and that smile and making jokes. If we can't make jokes about ourselves, and I think we're lost. But yeah, I could tell he was still feeling it. And I had to put in the chat that guilt complex that you get when your friends die in combat and you make it out, um, why them, not me? And you feel guilty. You really do. I felt guilty because I trained for 20 years to go to combat, and just when it looked like we were going to go, I got pulled out from underneath us. And then the second time, I couldn't go because of being in or being employed by the Army Reserve. I had to be in the Army Reserve because of my civilian employment with the Army Reserve. That makes sense. Dual status technician job. So when all of my team went over to the National Guard to the 20th group and they got deployed with the Guard, I was left behind again. You know what that kind of guilt does to you? Yeah. Yeah, it does. All I can say is that the guilt feelings are real. They're real. And we each have our own individual ways of dealing with that. Mine was alcohol for a long, long time. And I came to the realization that once I had my ankle refused again and I couldn't get out to my shop where I kept all my booze in the refrigerator out there, I had to stay up here in the house. My wife wasn't going to go out there and get it for me because she didn't like my drinking either. I just thought to myself, about time to give it up. So I did. I just quit cold turkey. I haven't had a drop of alcohol in, I don't know, a couple years now. But it's not that. Then there was, you have to find a different way. You have to find another way to deal with those feelings. And I I'm naturally short tempered anyway, but um, I am more short tempered with people now. Even my wife, I'm it's, but I try not to be. Let's put it that way. And so I guess my way of dealing with it now is just to stay busy, learning different things. I guess that's why I got into panning gold, panning pay dirt. It was something that I thought I should learn how to do that. I can probably do that, and getting into it doesn't not that expensive. So, um, and then I found out just how relaxing panning pay dirt is if you do it in an environment where you don't have a phone, you don't have a radio, you don't have anything. There is no noise, no nothing. You just sit there and pan and look for gold. And uh, making knives was another way. After watching Forged in Fire for a year, I can do that. And then I started to learn that there's more to metallurgy than I thought. And as I started um, panning for gold, I started looking for quartz rocks. I always was fascinated with quartz rocks anyway, and I always pick them up. I have one outside in my flower garden I found down in the woods, bound by the river. That's as big as a soccer ball, and I'm not going to bust it up. I could because it's got a lot of iron in it, but um, I'm not going to break that one. But little ones I find that are dirty or have inclusions um, and cracks and stuff where there's stuff getting in there. I'll bring them up, and I made a rock crusher. and I pan my quartz, or I classify it, and then I pan it when I get it down to powder. Just just another skill. And I have to clean out my butchering room. I have a butchering room. It's like a small locker in there. I have an 8x10 walk-in cooler. I have a great big crane system for hoisting beef and buffalo and deer up on to skin and gut in a shed with electric hoist and all that stuff. And it goes right into the cooler or right over to the butchering room from the cooler. So, and we package um, we butcher anywhere from 21 to 26 deer a year, depending on how many landowner tags and stuff people get. Um, we butchered a couple beef this last year, 4 hogs, anything anybody wants to bring over. And that's another skill you should have. Another skill, I have a actual cook stove in there that I fixed, and I can on that. I can can chunks of deer, can beef, I can can pork, can chicken, do whatever. Um, or I can hot pack syrup in there, or I can. Plus, I have a 12 tray dehydrator where I dehydrate mushrooms. I look for a lot of mushrooms throughout the year, and I dehydrate mushrooms and I vacuum pack them and throw them in the freezer. Just my wife takes care of the garden. I'd like to plant. What I'd like to do is make her some raised garden beds, which I think I'm going to do, and then uh, I think we'll plant like the tomatoes and the herbs and that kind of stuff in the raised beds, and then all the viney stuff we'll put on the ground, like the pumpkins and cucumbers and um, squashes and whatever, peppers on the ground, um, whether it be jalapeno, habanero, or bell peppers, onions. I don't know. They could probably go in the beds. Could be a little softer dirt. I don't know. We'll see. I have plenty of railroad ties that I picked up for cheap. I got plenty of um, telephone poles or highline poles, electrical poles. When they pulled all the old ones out and put new ones in, which they do every 10, 20 years or whatever, I just buy them from the electric company. You can buy them for $10 a piece. I've had them for what, 15 years now. And granted, some of the tops are starting to rot off, but you just cut the rod off, and you still got some nice long creosoted fence posts out of them. So it's just you know, being self-sufficient um, is one of those things that I like to uh, find new skills at. Um, Burning wood. I still cut wood. I still split wood. I still stack wood in the shed. I have an outside hydroponic stove out there. That's what we heat with all winter long. I just drug a cherry tree. It was my last post, I think. I just drug a cherry tree up that busted out in the top, and I had to clean where it fell across the trail, where the top fell across the trail, but there was still 30 foot of trunk. And that was a good 14, 15 inches in diameter. And I'll bring that up here and split it because I have a market for it. I have a guy that smokes commercially, and he uses nothing but cherry wood. Big cherry tree. I got it. I call him up. He says, well, I only have room for about a quarter of a cord right now. He says, but you can hold on to it. I said, yeah, I'll stack it up and put it in the shed. Not a big deal. When you're ready for it, just give me a call. That's a couple $100 for a cord of wood. So yeah, I can do that. But I can't get it to him all the time when he wants it because I won't go out in the woods and cut live cherry trees just for him. Uh, it's got to be something like where the top blows out of one, or one dies, or gets knocked over by another tree or something that fell down. Then I'll cut the cherry wood up. But other than that, I won't. I won't cut live trees. Matter of fact, I planted thousands of trees, and I'll never see them. But yeah, I plant them all the time. Well, for it, I wasn't crying, but uh, I had allergies. I had an allergy attack. Not bad. Just, eyes were moist. Think I sniffled a couple times, but oh, oh yeah. But you know what? Jalapenos, I can't eat jalapenos anymore because I just don't agree with my system anymore. But habaneros I can eat for some stupid ass reason. I don't know. The acid is different in them for some reason. I can eat habaneros, but not jalapenos. Uh, and when I was younger, I used to love just the hottest shit you could imagine. Those little bitty red peppers in Japanese food or Chinese food that you're not supposed to eat. They're just in there for the spice in the food. I used to eat those. God, are they hot? The hottest I think I've ever had. It was a little red pepper about this big. We grew them out here. I took one little bite out of it, and holy shit, that was so hot. I actually grabbed a tomato off the vine and just shoved it in my mouth. That was hot, man. But I like that kind of food. My stomach, just my guts won't handle it anymore because I've had 10 inches taken out of my colon. So there you go. Sal Gonzalez, that's right. I had his website up. I looked at it. That's right, Sal Gonzalez. Matter of fact, I'll open up that. I'll open up that tab again, and I'll go back. I'll go back to that when I'm done here. Well, yeah, after close the house. I mean, when we built on this east part of this house, it used to be just a porch up here, just a deck, a porch, not even very big. And what we did was we took that out. This doorway right here, where my feet are at, used to be a double pane window. So now it's just a big open doorway that goes into another room, living room. And we put a basement underneath of it that's added onto our basement. And there's another living room down there on top of this living room up here. And that's where my wife has her office and stuff. And we built it out over where the old cistern used to be and stuff. But there are two maple trees, I mean, real close to the house now, within 10, 12 feet anyway. And my wife got tired of all the little whirly top maple seeds getting in the rain gutter, and she doesn't want to put on the screening to keep them out. And she would go up there and blow them out with my electric blower and clean out the downspouts and stuff a couple times a year. I won't climb up there anymore because my ankle doesn't bend on roofs anymore. So it ain't me going up there. And she was concerned about branches falling on the house and whatever. So we had a tree service come out with a lift and all that stuff and cut all the branches that were this way to the house. Left all the other branches up that are on the east side, south and the north, but everything west over top of the house, she had cut all that off. And that was all firewood for me. So I cleaned it all up and split it and stacked it so that the people who came out and did that didn't have to do that. So that cut down on our costs, but the trees look weird. But I was talking to the guy that did the job, and he said, if a tornado come through here, cutting those branches off ain't going to make a difference. That whole tree is going to come onto your house if it's blowing the right way. I said, yeah, I know, but it makes her feel better. So why not? You just cleaned your spot out 2 days ago? Yeah. Well, that's what happens with maple seeds and leaves. I don't know. My wife will probably go up there and clean it out before winter yet, after the leaves have all fallen. See, the thing is, these are two soft maples right here. We got one further out that's a hard maple, and then one over from that, that's a large leaf linden or basswood. Linden is a basswood. And then another maple back there. And then way back over here, about 30 yards away, there's a big ass old maple, soft maple that's got to be 6 foot in diameter. I don't know how old that tree is, but it's a big old gal. And I planted, let me see. What are those nuts? Oh, shit. Why do I want to say hackberry? It's not a hackberry. It's what's a nut that's in Nutella? I got 6, 8 of them out there, but I don't want them to grow tall. I want them to grow bushy, so I gotta keep cutting them off and let them bush out. Because I didn't do that. I didn't do that for income from nuts. I did it because I want them to bush, yeah, but for a snow fence. And if deer come up, they can eat the nuts too. So I like to plant bushes and trees that will actually benefit wildlife also, as well as benefit me, but benefit wildlife also. Well, this is why you want deer and all that stuff in your yard, in your grove, because they need places to go. I'd like to see them. I used to have a doe that raised a fawn in the grove every year. I don't know where she went, but the last year or so she hasn't been up here. But there's a buck up here, and he's rubbing one of my trees, old bastard. So he might have to die, depending how big he is. I'll set the blind up right out there in my grove, and I'll wait for his ass to come up. But generally, if they come up this close to the house, they come up after dark. So oaks and walnuts. I just planted an oak not too long ago out in the pasture out here, and black walnuts. What I do is I have one black walnut tree out here. I had another one back over here, but it was killing the garden, so I took that one down. That one out there is, I don't know, 30 foot tall, 40 foot, about that big around. And anyway, I'll pick up all the nuts every year. And my buddy that fixes my chainsaws and stuff has a great big black walnut tree over on his place, right over his garage, and it drops nuts all over his driveway and stuff. He picks up all the nuts for me every year. I take them out to the woods and I just throw them everywhere. Nuts everywhere. Been doing that for several years. And again, if they take root, great. If they don't, great. The squirrels will find them. Oaks, yeah, I planted 75, 80, probably about 90 red oaks around here. And the thing is, deer really like those young oaks for some reason. Man, they'll just nibble them little bastards off. And yeah, you really got to be protective around here of the young trees because the deer will just browse them right off. So I try, during harvest, I'll go around because I live out in the country. I'm 12 miles from town. When harvest is going on and like trucks will go around the corner or whatever and they'll spill grain on the road or beans or corn on the road, I'll always have a couple of barrels in the back of my truck with a shovel and a broom. If I see a pile on the road, I'll stop, pick it up, gravel and all, take it home, and I'll feed the deer just so they leave my goddamn trees alone. But all the excess apples we get every year, we'll give them away, and if people don't want them, I'll take them out and dump them for the deer. Been doing that for years. I don't know if that gives them a taste for applewood or not, but we planted another apple tree up here because the other one's getting kind of old, and half of it actually split in the middle. So I took half of it off that was hanging over the edge of the field. So I took that half off and got the other half of the tree there. It's still producing apples, still a good producer, but we planted another one. And before that thing would even get 5 foot tall, they'd have it eaten. It'd been eaten down to the ground twice. And my wife finally put up a big fence around it. I had an electric fencer that run on solar. And I put that up around it and finally got the deer to leave it alone. So now it's starting to get to be about 12 foot tall, and the deer have left it alone. The garden, that's another thing. You get deer up here and rabbits also, and deer are nothing more than a big rabbit. They come up in the garden, they chew everything off. So I had to put the fencer, and my wife put up a 6 foot fence around the garden, 5 foot fence, and I will put the fencer up around the top, but the rabbits get in underneath. So I put chicken wire around there, just keep the rabbits out. So if anybody wants to hunt rabbit, come on out. You can certainly hunt rabbit. Yeah, yeah, that's what happens, JJ. The guy that works on my saws over there, where I buy my saws from and chains and stuff, uh, it's right over top of his garage. It's between his garage. There's a little bitty shed that sits right underneath of it, like a little garden shed. And then he has a steel building that's just on the other side. And when that's dropping nuts, man, they're all over his driveway in front of the garage, uh, falling on top of that steel shed. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The noise is deafening. Well, if it's a cyca, and I don't believe there is any. Is there a law in your state against exotic species? All the deer hunting regulations apply generally to your whitetail. I was going to say, if he's got good enough horns on him, he might go on the wall and he might not even know about it. I'd have that little bugger eaten before then. Oh, yeah, it sounds like somebody's shooting at you, bud. Yeah, it does. But speaking of which, I was going to go out yesterday or today. I was going to do a video yesterday sighting in that 400 legend, but then my brother came over and he wanted Jack for an hour. So I didn't get that done. I had to go to town, mail shit, come back. Oh, I did some grocery shopping. And my daughter was here. And what was yesterday? That was Friday. Oh yeah, I was outside, but I came back in real quick at 2. Was actually 2:30. I thought Durbin was having an auction. I was missing part of it. And I finally get in here and look, no auction. Okay. So back outside I go. Didn't have time because it's getting so dark so early anymore. I'm gonna have to get out there in the morning while it's still cold and sight in that gun. I actually want to do a video of me sighting in the gun. Because I showed you the 400 Legend that I built, and I finally got the scope on it after I had to go buy a riser to put on it just to get the scope up high enough. I finally got that done. Everything is ready to go. I need to go out and sight it in. And I believe I'm going to sight it in for 100 yards. So we'll shoot it at 200. We'll shoot it at 50 just to see where it's at. But I'm going to imagine it's a little high, a little low, either one. So if you're at 50 yards, you're going to aim at the bottom of the rib cage. And if you're 200 yards, you're going to aim just a little higher toward the backbone. And you'll hit right in the boiler. So you'll be good there. Because it's only a 400 Legend is only a 200, 250 yard gun. That's all it is, man. It's a straight wall cartridge, bigger than a 350 Legend, but smaller than a 450 Bushmaster. Right in the middle of both of them. So all right, what are you guys talking about here? Yeah, they spring when they run. Yeah, they bounce along like an Impala. Oh, okay. JJ and Ferbert are talking there. Well, I don't know. I don't know if 710 got on blocks and nerves or not. I think um, sometimes people just misunderstand what's going on, and they ask or say things that seem stupid to us, but we're used to what we're talking about or doing. And the newer people that have come into chat don't know what's going on. So therein lies a lot of confusion, I think. And yeah, you can get frustrated, but it doesn't really do you any good to get frustrated. I mean, I should take my own fucking advice. I don't, but I get frustrated too. So I'll be in chat sometimes and say, Jesus Christ, man. The answer is in the pinned message at the top of the chat, or the answer is here. It's just, if you pay attention, let's say you get into a new stream, you've never been there before, what would you normally do? You would normally just come in, say hi, sit back, and watch things. Watch things, how things operate, where the information is at that you need, um, and how the interactions are with people. Because I can say stuff on Steve Looking for Silver stream that I can't say on, or on JJ's stream that I can't say on other people's streams. I can say the F bombs. Uh, I can call people dicks, and they know I'm kidding. But you have to know, and you have to watch so that and listen so that you know exactly how you can act on certain streams and what information is where. So yeah, it's just yeah, 710's a good guy. There's nothing wrong with him at all. 710's oil upside down, buddy, all day. Yeah, he's. I dealt with him in other streams. He's fine. Fine, fine, fine. I don't, I don't usually say things to people. I'll say things to myself. You know how many times I've typed in a chat uh, how frustrated I've become on some people's streams, and I've typed shit in the chat. I'll delete it all. I'll go back, try and say it a different way, not be as caustic, delete it all. Do that 2 or 3 times, then finally say, fuck it. Just not going to say anything. But then, if you let that eat at you, it will. It will. It will. So try not to do that. I don't see anything wrong with the Urban Dictionary at all. I really don't. But who did it bother? I mean, did it bother 710? I think he just got the wrong idea, that's all. But that's the way it seemed to me anyway. 710 just took it the wrong way. And if you take stuff the wrong way, yeah, it might bother you, but it's not meant to be um, misogynistic or homophobic or racist or what. It's not meant to be any of those things. It's just meant to. It's the Urban Dictionary. It's like looking up Wikipedia online. That's what it is. And if you can't handle that, then maybe it's not us, it's you. Could be, maybe, possibly, you think? Most people don't think it's a big butt lady. So what? There aren't uh, big fat ass women out there? Yes, there are. Or big luscious booties? There are those too. Or big behemoth women? Yes, there are. Big behemoth men? Big ass men? Yeah. But why get upset about something like that? I don't understand that. See, it hurt his feelings. How did it hurt his feelings? Does he have a big wife? Don't know. Didn't say. Didn't explain. Just that it hurt his feelings. I have no compunction to feel bad about you feeling bad. I could care less. I, I that's the thing that's wrong with this country. Too many people think with their feelings instead of thinking with their fucking head. Oh, No, I don't think. Well, 710 might have been afraid people would stay away from the chat if they saw that, or stay away from the stream if they saw that. But if Block had thought that that was going to make a difference, he would have taken it out long before that. So that really, that I don't know if I agree with that. Why is 710 afraid that that would keep some people away from the stream? Not his stream to worry about. Well, that's what I thought. You know, I didn't see anything wrong with it at all. Maybe it was Block that got the wrong idea. That's a possibility. As many cuss words as Block throws around and whatever. Block is a sensitive guy. He really is. I could tell that after just the first few streams with him. I could tell he's a pretty sensitive guy. So maybe Black just took it the wrong way. I don't know. That's all in the past. And you know what they say about looking in the rear view mirror, right? You can't see what's coming at you. Yep. Oh, that's one thing I got to do tomorrow. I think I got to take that 6.5 Creedmoor. I don't have enough room in that safe out in the shed anymore. I got 2 safes in the basement. I have to take. I don't think I got it. I need another fucking safe, man. I need another safe because I just got that HK91, and I got that 6.5 Creedmoor over there, and I got another black powder gun over there that shouldn't be in that gun case. That's for military weapons. I guess the HK91 could go in there because that's a military weapon too, but from foreign countries, not from here. That's for American weapons from World War II up through Vietnam. That's what that gun case is for. That gun case over there is Soviet weapons up World War II up through Vietnam. That's what that gun case is for. So with that black powder carbine over there, that 58 caliber carbine, and that 6.5 Creedmoor, that needs to come out of there. Those two need to come out of there and go someplace else. That HK or that PTR 91 could go in there because that is a military weapon from the 90s. That could go in there. It's not an American weapon, but I got a couple of British weapons in there also, Lee Enfield. So and if somebody would find and buy me a Swiss K1, I would put that in there also. Because they're just certain weapons, that K1, that straight back bolt, straightforward bolt. There's no twist up, pull back, twist down. It's just a straight back, straightforward. That was an awesome design. Awesome design. The Soviet weapons, a couple of their designers, very, very good weapons designers. Browning, damn fine weapons designer. Galil, a damn fine weapons designer. There are just some weapons designers that I'm just impressed with. There are some Germans like that HK91 or that PTR 91 that are excellent weapons also. Not many, but some. So yeah, I will have them, but Most of my user guns are bolt actions or AR platforms, one or the other. Yeah, he needs you. Who the hell else is going to mod? Not me. I don't know how to cut and paste and all that other bullshit and how to keep two streams open at the same time. I don't know how to do that shit. The new rifle I got was a PTR 91, which is an exact clone of an HK 91. I did show it, but let's do this. I can do this without violating YouTube's policies. So I'm just going to put this stuff right here, and I'll get this out without YouTube seeing it. Then I'll show it to you while it's sitting on a table. Oh God, that's a heavy bitch too. That's the only problem I have with this gun is that it's a heavy bastard. But for a 308 caliber, it should be. As a matter of fact, I'll cock that and bring it back. All right. Let's see if I can do this without it being. There you go. Exact clone of an HK91. It's a PTR 91. PTR 91 precision target rifle made by JLD Enterprises. And they're still making guns. I looked it up. I also looked up this gun on Gunbroker, and it's bringing about right at $1,400 right now. I bought it for $1,000. So 2 1/10 gold maples, 1 gram gold maple, a half ounce Canadian silver polar bear coin, and $40 in cash. So, yeah, I probably did misunderstand the situation, but that's just fuck. That's me. Oh, he removed JJ's moderator? Really? Oh, that's not good. Why did he do that? That's not right. Just for a misunderstanding? No, that's not right. JLD Enterprises. Yes, I looked them up. They're still making weapons. Right there is the information. Connecticut. You see that? In Connecticut. Frampton, Connecticut. And I looked up this gun on Gunbroker. $1,400. So I made $400 just buying it. I don't have the gold or that little piece of silver anymore, but I have this. I have 308 rifles, but they're bolt action, like Model 700 Remingtons. I don't have a semi-automatic 308. Now, I could have made a AR-10 in 308, but in order to put one together, it would cost me just about the same amount of money as this gun cost me. So 6 of one, half does the other. I can still put one of those together. It's not a big deal because ARs are just, I mean, idiots can put those together. You just have to have quality parts, that's all. But generally, an idiot can put those together. HK, on the other hand, is a little bit more technical. So I don't have anything. And an HK91 is a solid weapon platform. So no, I didn't buy it from the company. I bought it from a friend of mine who had this gun. He bought it because he wanted one also, but it was cheaper to buy than an HK. Okay, an HK would cost 3 or 4 times as much money. But when his brother died, his brother was also a weapons collector. He did have an HK91, and my friend bought it from the estate for about double what this one costs, but half of what it would cost if you purchase it new. So he got a good deal on it, but he didn't need 2. So he asked me if I needed one. Sure. Why not? I said, providing, of course, that you take gold and silver as payment. And he said, oh, definitely yes, because he's a metals guy too. He hasn't been in it as long as I have, but yes, he does stack metal. So yes, he took that. He took metal as payment. And that's the way I like to do things. Barter trade is correct. I like it when my Mennonite lady from down the road brings up bars or homemade donuts or breads or whatever, and I'll give her a jar of honey or a jar of homemade maple syrup. Yes, I make homemade maple syrup too. And yes, I did have bees at one time. I quit raising bees this year simply because the goddamn hives full of honey were too heavy for me anymore. Getting to be too much. And they all died this last winter, and I wasn't going to spend another $500 getting 2, 3, 4 more new hives. I've got 3 more new hives. So now I wasn't going to do it anymore. And I have my sister's, well, I'd be her stepson, actually is raising bees and taking honey off too. So I gave him all the equipment. I sold very little that he didn't really need, and I gave him all of the hives and frames and all of that stuff. I gave it to him. Here, you go through it. Whatever you want, you keep. Whatever you don't want, you don't think it's any good anymore, burn it. Doesn't matter. But it's yours. And now that it was a chicken coop at one time. Then I turned it into my bee house. And now that all the bee stuff is gone out of there, I think I'm going to turn it back into I think I'm going to start raising quail. Next year, I think I'm going to start raising quail again. I won't raise them through the winter, but I'll start them in the spring. That's correct, Fervid. I didn't start getting into metals until I was about ready to retire from my civilian job with the Department of the Army in 2012. I started researching because we had our own 401k. It was called the Thrift Savings Program. That's what the military has now, and that's what all the civilian workers with the government have. And basically what you do is you leave your money in that 401k when you retire from service, and you just draw. It's like drawing an annuity. You know, you have to take so much a year or a month out. And I didn't want the government to have control of all my money again, because where's all my money coming from now? Social Security. I have an Army retirement. I have a civilian retirement, government civilian retirement, and I have my VA disability. Where do all four of those income streams come from? The government. So do I want to leave my 401k money with the government and let them control it? No. So I started researching annuities, trusts, and physical precious metals IRAs. And so what I did, and because they try and discourage you from taking your money out of TSP, they'll only allow you one rollover out. One. So if you have, like, I want to put an annuity over here, I want to buy metals over here, I want to do this over here, stocks and bonds over here, you can't do that. One rollout. That's it. So I rolled out my entire 401k over to a TD Ameritrade account. And from there, I parsed it out to where I wanted it to go. And then I closed my TD Ameritrade account. Okay, well, I bought an annuity with the Knights of Columbus. Okay. I purchased physical precious metals. And in order to hold them myself in my hands, I had to have an LLC. That's what the government, the IRS says I got to have. All right. And then in order to hold it at my home in my safe, I had to have a trust. So the trust controls the LLC, right? Which is my IRA now. All right. Well, then the IRS changed its rules, saying I couldn't keep them in my safe at home anymore. I had to keep it in a safety deposit box at the bank. So I got a business safety deposit box at the bank and put it all in there. All right. Well, the more I got to learning about how safe a safety deposit box is at the bank, where law enforcement doesn't need a warrant to open those safety deposit boxes. And if the bank doesn't give them permission, they will open them anyway, forcefully, take those contents from that safety deposit box and say, well, how come you have this much metal in here? You must have done something illegal to. No, here's the paperwork for it. Doesn't matter. It's called civil asset forfeiture. They're going to try and keep it. You're going to play hell getting it back. And did I want that to happen? No. So I took it out of the safety deposit box and I put it into a commercial vault with Money Metals Exchange in Idaho. Their vault's in Idaho. Because I have done a lot of business with Money Metals Exchange, and they had a commercial vault. The first commercial vault I had was in Connecticut. It was my first trust company was Kingdom Trust, and they had a vault in Connecticut, and I didn't really want my money that far away, my metals that far away in Connecticut. Plus, it's Joe Biden's home state, and didn't like that at all. So I closed that trust. I opened another trust with another company, and moved the money to MMX's vault because I trust MMX. And had SD Bullion had their vaulting services at the time, I might have gone to SD Bullion, but now it's there. And my trust says, my new trust says, yes, that vault's okay. All right. So we're good. Now, if I ever want to bring that metal back to me in a 401k, I have to have that trust operational. So I still pay for that trust, even though it's in a vault. I don't need to have it because it is in a commercial vault. I still need the LLC. I don't need the trust, but I keep it just in case. Anyway, that's where we're at today. And the more that your metal goes up in value, the more you're going to pay in vaulting fees. Even though your physical metal didn't get any bigger, they're not taking up any more room or whatever, just because it goes up in value, you're going to pay more. You're going to pay more to vault it. So there's a good side and a bad side of those metals going up in value. But I did find out that when you do have to take required minimum distributions from your IRA, you can take it in physical precious metals as long as you pay the taxes on it. So you can say, hey, MMX, send me $10,000 a year. Send me $10,000 in gold, a couple, 2.5 ounces, and then you just pay the tax on it. I would highly suggest against taking more than your required minimum, because if you take more than that, it may put you in a higher tax bracket, and you'll be paying more in income taxes then also. So, Fred Boss, the woodcarver, really, I don't know him. Oh, really? Really? Fred was an art teacher too. I'll be damned. No, my wood teacher in high school, and we used to have a wood shop, a metal shop, a mechanic shop, a FFA program, home ec, all of those. And now we don't have any of those anymore. No, I think they still have FFA. I think they still have FFA. The wood shop's no longer there, metal shop's not there, mechanic shop is not there, and I don't think home ec is there anymore. But should they bring all those back? Yes, they should. Should they have ever left? No, they should not have. But yeah, that's where I'm at with that. Who's going to be making money here in the next couple decades? It's going to be electricians and plumbers, heating and air conditioning guys. There are no real mechanics anymore. There are some. My nephew is one. He's a diesel mechanic. He got trained out in Colorado. It was a Rocky Mountain Diesel Institute or something like that. But yeah, he went out there for school. So there are some mechanics anymore. But anytime you go to a dealership for your car, you're taking your car to a dealership, those guys are nothing more than parts changers. That's all they are. They hook up a scan tool. Scan tool tells them what's wrong. They replace the part, rescan it. You're done. There's no diagnosis to an engine problem anymore. It's all done with a computer. Electricity shop. Now that would have been. Oh yeah, we had drafting too. Yeah. On tables. Yep. We do not have drafting in high school anymore. But we never had an electricity shop. Now that's interesting. I might have taken that because I didn't know a damn thing about electricity when I was that young. A damn thing about it. I can rewire a house now or a shed as long as it's single phase. You get in double, triple phases, I'm kind of screwed up. But never put away the dollar for an Oreo? My wife was actually pretty good at one time. I should go in the other room and get that bobcat she painted for me. Oh, look, as a matter of fact, I will do that. I'll be right back. I will be right back. You guys just sit tight. I'll get this for you. Oh, there it is, on the wall. Why didn't you tell me it was on the wall? I'll bring you two pictures. I'll bring you two pictures that she painted for me. There's one she painted for me. That's me landing under my, I think that was my, oh, I can't, BT 160, a Blue Track 160, I think. I think that's what that canopy was, a Blue Track 160. That was me landing. All right, she did that one. Just wait a minute. I'll get the other one here for you. Here's the other one she did for me. Oh, I don't want to get that glare on there. How's that? My wife's not bad. I got to put these away, though. My wife is not bad. The Bobcat was done with chalk, I think. This was done with paints. So, yeah, she did pretty good job on both of them, I think. Let me put these away. I'll be back real quick here. I'm not going to hang this back up. I'll hang that back up tonight. I'll hang that back up tonight. So what do you think about that, Art? You know, my wife and all three daughters, when my daughter was out, my oldest daughter was out here from Philadelphia, and the other two girls came to visit. They all sat in the living room and they did this paint by kit. I have to, I'm not sure who did what here. Each one of the ladies did one painting. Let's see, who did this one? The spider web was Mary's, I believe. Let me see. Yep, that's my middle daughter, Mary's. This one's my wife's. Hold up, I'll get the other two. And here would be the other two. This is my oldest daughter's. That one's a really dark one, hard to see, man. Let me get my fat ass out of the way. And then this one would be my youngest daughters. So they all did Halloween paintings. Yes, and it's on canvas and all of that stuff. So I got some pretty talented women around here. It's just that it'd be nice if they could make some money at it. But poured a trotting horse and painted it gold. What'd you pour it out of? You had 40s there too? Wow, man. I wished we'd have had that in our metals class, but no, we didn't. Basically, it was teaching art, wire welding. Yes, we did foundry work, and we did sand casting, but it was sand casting aluminum. I actually still use the rifle rest that I made when I was in high school. I still have that. I still use that. Yes, and I have a sister-in-law that paints also. Her mother was wonderful. I would give her a turkey tail feather, and she would paint a scene on the tail feather. My God, the fine painting she did. And I had a big buzzsaw blade, big one, a big one, like 3 feet, 2.5 feet in diameter, something like that. And I had her paint a mountain man scene on it for me with a black powder rifle, the mountain man, coonskin cap on, set in a beaver trap by a beaver dam in a creek. And I have that blade in my office. That's just a little bit too heavy to carry out here to show you. But that's sitting in my radio room / office / whatever file room. And I think my girls are going to make it into their office. They're going to actually take one of my tables away from me, move all my radios over to one table where I won't be able to find a goddamn thing. And they're just going to take over one whole wall for their office stuff, because they all work from home when they come here. So they have an office instead of working at the table out here or down in the basement in the other living room down there. So I don't know why. Roofing slates would be kind of cool, though. Are you talking wood or slates? Wood would be cool too. Cedar shingles, those would be awful neat. Yeah. But I'm thinking you're talking about slate. Yeah, that's what I thought. Black-capped chickadees, hummingbirds, cardinals, blue jays, red-headed woodpeckers, yellow-shafted flickers, pheasants, turkeys. Those are all pretty popular painting subjects. Gray and green, a couple more black. Gray and green. Yeah. That's cool. I don't know. Women seem to have more of a knack for that than men. I don't think men have the patience. Except Bob Ross. No. Bob Ross had the patience. And my wife liked Bob Ross, and I don't know, maybe that's how she learned. I don't know. Or she took those classes in college. I have no clue. But she's been painting and doing pencil art, and ever since I've known her. So, huh. Well, did actually get to meet Bob Ross? That would have been kind of neat. And to watch him, I would like to have watched him. I really am enamored with people who are good at what they do. I could watch them because you can learn from them. Not to say that I would be a good painter, but I enjoy watching someone who knows what the hell they're doing and are good at it. Really? Hmm. Might be interesting. You're talking Mushroom Day, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. You're talking about Shroom Day. Well, the only thing I know Shroom Day for is mushrooms, because he actually goes out in the woods and he'll show you some mushrooms, and so I know he knows his mushrooms also, and I know my mushrooms. So you don't get around much. Oh God. Shroom Days in the coin community. You'll see him on race streams. There you go. And Shroom Day has that little blue gnomey looking guy with the mushroom. What is that? That's what do they call them little blue guys? What do they call them little blue guys anyway? Can't remember. Uh, he ain't happy with YouTube. I'm not happy with YouTube sometimes too. Jesus Christ. There are some days where I will try and do a live stream and I'll type in all the shit and then it'll say some kind of error. You try again later. And as soon as you click out of it, then you lost all that info and you got to put it all back. One day they did it to me 3 frickin' times. Smurfs, that's it. There you go. How did I not remember that? My kids used to watch that shit all the time. That, and we didn't do Peppa the Pig. We did Blue's Clues. We did Clifford, um, Barney. Who else did we do when they were kids? Jeez, God. Polkaroo? Nope, not them. Polkaroo was that. Polkaroo was the girl Smurf. Could be. I don't know. Well, my wife is staying with her mother. She may come home every 4 or 5 days to get new clothes and whatever, or call me or text me and say, bring over this stuff. Um, but she's staying with her mother, and that's about 12 miles away. Um, Staying over there to help with her because she's in hospice at home, dying, of course, but then she can go to work from there because she only lives like, or only works like 10, 12 minutes away from there. So she's staying over there to help with her until she passes, and then we'll help with funeral and all that stuff, and getting her father-in-law or getting her stepdad, my father-in-law, on his feet and into a routine, doing whatever he's got to do. Oh, Mickey Mouse Club. Okay. Soupy Sales. I remember Soupy Sales and Howdy Doody. I remember them. My kids wouldn't. Um, and so she's over there. My middle daughter came home this morning, but she's over at her sister's place helping her with that door, and they had problems. So she's going to stay over there tonight, and then she'll be home tomorrow when they get the door done. So I'm here with Siobhan, the dog. And you out, Lisa? We're boring you, ain't we? Good night. Have a good one. So I'm here with Siobhan, the little terrier, and she's in the living room right now, snoozing her ass off. I probably have to let her out one more time tonight, but she won't stay out long because she's going to be cold. So she'll go out and do her business, and she'll come right back. I'll bet you on that. But yeah, I took the 400 Legend, went out to the other gun safe. And that's when I discovered I don't have any more room out there. And I put the 400 Legend out there, and I brought the 6.5 Creedmoor in here. And so all I did was just swap guns. I need another. When is Black Friday? I'm going to go get another safe. Because usually you find them on sale, and then you get the Black Friday discount too. So I get a $999 gun safe for $700. So I'll do that again. 49 what here? I know there aren't 49 people here. So I know that's not what you're talking about. Uh-oh. My little cursor was screwed up there. Oh, temp? Yeah. I have no clue what the hell it is here. Hold up a second. Maybe I can find out what the hell it is here. God damn it. Why does every time you want something to come up, it won't, and then when you do want it to come up, it won't. When you don't want it to come up, it does. I got no clue. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Nope. Don't know why. Oh, 34 degrees here. Holy shit. No, it's 30 degrees here now. So it's below freezing tonight. It says it's going to get down to 27, 25 by morning. So, you know what that means, don't you? I have to go downstairs and start the pump for my stove. So I'll get some water circulating. And I'm going to have to start the stove up tomorrow. Hey, Taragansu, man, you missed one hell of a conversation so far. I can tell you that. Holy Moses, we've gone over a lot of shit. Yeah, if it's going to get down to 25 tonight, the water in my stove won't freeze solid, won't even get ice on it, but that stove's going to have to be started up tomorrow. I'm going to have to start the circulation pump tonight just to keep warm water flowing. Yeah, just chatting. That's all we're doing. Oh, we'll show you. I'll show you some of the stuff, Taragansu, we got tonight. I got a nice card from Mike for Democracy. And what did I else I get from Mike for Democracy? We got a couple of 1 gram maples. Here you see, come on, you goddamn. There you go, 1 gram maples and a couple of, come on, I'm just going to have to keep them out of that thing. A couple of Walkambi Grammys. That's what we got from Mike for Democracy. And then, oh, that's not the only thing. I gotta put this away here. I gotta get it off the table. The PTR. Oh shoot! And I gotta take that out. I gotta take this off the table because it's too heavy for this card table. Uh-oh. Okay. So let's put that down there. All righty. Here are the two chips that I had. I had this one from 2024, the Wounded Warrior Veterans Day. I had this one from 2025, Memorial Weekend, WWP. And there are two other ones I was missing. And I got this one. Mike for Democracy sent me this one. The other 2025, Veterans Day. And I'm missing the other 2024 yet. And he says that somebody's going to be sending that one to me. And then I got M4D's poker chip. Flying Dragon Precious Metals, or M4D International. And then I got a package from Nine Finger Mining up in Alaska, Fairbanks. And he sent me a sticker, of course. And that is his Pitbull Diablo, it looks like. And then he sent me 2 of these small pans. I already have one of these green ones, but I did not have a blue one. So I have to put some gold in here and see if I can see that better than this. I don't know, because I don't have a blue pan. All my big pans are green. And then he sent me this pan too. Now, this one's kind of cool because, you know, look at the size of it next to my hand. I almost think you could actually do a little pan with for some flour gold in this thing. I really don't want to scrape up that bottom with sandpaper because of the printing on there, but that's kind of cool. And then he sent me this right here. You got a clue what this is? A nut bag. All right, and then he sent me this bag o' pay dirt. Now look at this bag. This is a nice bag, man. Heavy cotton. Nice drawstring. And you see what it says on it, don't you? Moose pubes. That's the name of this bag. Moose pubes. Half-gram bag. And we were looking at this before, and I saw if I can get it up. Do you see that right up there on top of moose? Ah, shit. I try and keep the glare off it, but you see that little hole up there right above the M? And then the other, it's a miniature one of these in the pay dirt. See if I can move it off of there. I think you can see it a little better like that, but and if you look in there right above moose, you'll see that little red rock in there too, the little polished gemstone. So moose pubes, half-gram of moose pubes. That gives me something to do this winter, something to make content with. And then at the WWP auction today, I did manage to buy a 1-gram bag of pay dirt from Swamp Dog. I managed to get that done. So I got a couple more bags. Let me see, I got a couple bags out there. I got a troubled one bag. I have two RJ's bags. And I don't know if those are half or full grams. And I got a 3-gram bag from Gold Nugget Sales. And I think I'm going to order some more pay dirts next month, 1 or 2 or 3 a month. Probably 2 or 3 next month, and then that'll be it for my pay dirts for the winter. And then I'll pan them out and make some content this winter. You know, RJ's pay dirt, there's a nugget because there's only 150 bags. There's a nugget in one of them bags, a nice nugget, and I haven't heard of anybody finding it yet. So there's a good nugget in one of them bags. Hopefully it's in one of my 2 bags, and I don't even know if he sold all of those 150 bags yet. But Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Tarragon Sue. Happy birthday to you. And many more. I don't usually sing to people, but when I do, yeah. Mike for Democracy had 8 grams of gold he wanted to sell me, but I could only afford 4, so that's what I bought. And he had already had him another offer from somebody else, and he said if it falls through, then yeah, you can have 4. So it evidently fell through, and I got 4. I got 4 grams. Now, if he still got some more left next month, maybe I can get some more. But how old are you? All of 40, 40, 42, 45, maybe. You ain't that old, I can tell you that. You ain't as old as you made it to 41. All right. You're only 29, 29 behind me. That's all. So I'm not that old. I'm starting to look like Jabba the Hutt, though. You notice how this uh the beard flows, and it looks like it's it's actually flowing down my neck, but it's not because the hair sticks out so far, and then everything looks like everything just flows. I should just keep my hair pulled back most of the time. Just keep my hair pulled back, and then I don't have to worry about it. But, ooh, there's Bradley's channel. Yeah. Uh, Brad does some good porn. I would say most of the people in the panning community are fairly young, like right at 60 there and down. Um, like Bob Avery is not that old. Um, oh shoot, who's the dude down in Missouri? Brad Bucket. Um, I don't know. Guys in the or people in the coin community are mostly 30s, 40s, but there are quite a few of us older, if not older, uh, physically compromised people. I would think Furman's probably about mid 40s, if maybe 50, maybe 48. There you go. There you go. No, a lot of the people in the coin community, like Rhonda Tolliver, oh shoot, I named some of the other ones. Some of the guys, talking about going in a hospital and getting this cut on, that cut on. Rhonda needs oxygen, and talking triple bypasses, and yeah, there's a lot of health concerns in the coin community. Cancers. So, yeah, I don't know. 32, huh? I don't know. I can guess kind of by the way people communicate. I can kind of tell by names, because some names are older than other names. Fervid is one of those names that I just don't have any clue because I never heard that name before. So Blair. Now there is a name that's fairly, I would say that's a younger person's name. That, I mean, yeah, yeah. A lot of people have health concerns in the coin community. Fervid, hot-headed. I guess that makes more sense than fevered. Fervid, fervid. Yeah, okay, I can see that. I can see that. Fevered, fervid. Yeah, yeah, okay. I've had a couple of different nicknames over the years. When I was in high school, they called me Nort. Nort because of, you ever watch the Jackie Gleason show? His good buddy from upstairs, Nort the plumber. Well, when I was working in high school in a program called CVE, Cooperative Vocational Education, where I go to school half a day and then go to work half a day at participating employers. They would employ high school kids to work part time through the school and probably get a tax write off or whatever. I don't know. But I was working for Olson Motor Company, which was a Chrysler dealership at the time, and I was doing detailing work. I was vacuuming out cars and windshields and washing cars and waxing. And then finally moved up and started doing oil changes, tire rotations, fixing tires. And then they would actually let me work on stuff. Actually do mechanic work after a while. But that lasted until I went in the Army when I got out of high school. And one day, we had an employee bathroom. Mechanics were all going to one bathroom. And there was a toilet and a sink in there and a shower. And the toilet was leaking. And just laying down on the floor, got a little piss on it or whatever. It didn't make any difference to me. I'm a farm boy. I'm used to getting shit on my hands. I don't care. So I was down underneath the toilet fixing a goddamn leak, and my buddy from high school comes in and says, "You look like Nort." I said, "Nort? Yeah, Nort the plumber." Ah, you fucking asshole. So I was known as Nort for a couple of years. And then when I went into the Army, because I was so fucking skinny after basic training, when I got to my permanent duty station, I was called Bones. Bones. Because I was so skinny. I think I was 150 pounds and 6'2". Well, yeah, you're bony. So anyway, I was Bones for 3 years. Then I got out and let's see, for 2 years, I worked for a construction firm and I also logged for them in the wintertime and eventually logged for them for a whole year, year and a half. I finally went back into the military. And I don't think I became trapper until after I got out of the Army the second time. and was trapping full time, but I was a trapper before that. Um, and no, 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 no. I was a trapper. I had trapper tattooed on my arm. Um, way back during my first enlistment. I had a Mexican guy put that on, and we did a jailhouse tattoo, India ink and a pencil, and you shaved it off flat, half of it flat, and you put 3 needles on there, and you wrapped it with thread and glued it in place, and then you dip the needles into ink, and the thread would pick up extra ink, and you would sit there and jab it into your skin along a drawing. I had a Mexican friend that did that for me, and he put Trapper on my arm. And then he went to go put a Mister above it, MR, Mister Trapper. I said, no, 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 I just want Trapper. And he said, oh, no, Mister, see, that look bad. Okay, put it on. And we're drinking gin, straight gin out of a bottle. And I got so fucking sick that night. I fell out of PT run the next morning, puked my guts out, and got back in and finished the run. So forever and a day, and when I was in England for an exercise when I was in the reserves, I got it redone. So I got Mr. Trapper just retatted, and then that guy put the little stars on. Everybody's got to add their own little fucking thing, and then a few years ago, I had American Free Trapper because that's what back in the day, in 16th and 17th century, you either worked for a company here in the United States, Trap and Beaver, or you were a free trapper. You didn't work for a company; you were a free trapper. So I put on American Free Trapper. So that's how that came about. But whatever. Hey, Matt, what's up, buddy? Professional and debut grasshopper, of course. Ah, grasshopper. If you can snatch the pebble from my hand. Yeah, you remember that, David Carradine? That was a good show. What do you mean wrong stream? It's a right stream. Meant to say, oh, it said Sal. What are you thinking about? Don't Call Sal? Is that the name of that show? I don't know. I never watch it. I just heard somebody, I've heard people say it before on Facebook or whatever. Don't Call Sal. Looked like it would have been an interesting show, but I don't watch TV anymore. Ever since I discovered YouTube and the coin community, I don't watch TV anymore. I get most of my news from YouTube. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but Salivate Metal, yeah, that could be. Today's auction. Who had an auction today? Oh, you mean the WWP auction? Is that what you're talking about? I don't. I haven't watched pro sports for years and years and years. I can't see people getting paid millions and millions and millions of dollars to play a fucking game. They're doing nothing productive for society. Nothing, not a damn thing. They don't produce anything. They don't no service. There's no good, no service, nothing. Yet get paid millions and millions and millions of dollars a year to throw a fucking football around. To, yeah, and granted, okay, their professional life is not long, and they have to make the money they can when they can. I got it, okay, but they're not worth that. They're just not worth that. Yeah, complaining about their pay, complaining about this country's racist, and we gotta fucking kneel for this, and we gotta do. Fuck you. Stand up, put your hand over your heart, and sing the fucking national anthem. Show a little respect. Fuck assholes. Whatever. Whatever. Yes, I have no love for professional sports players. None whatsoever. I used to enjoy watching professional basketball. I really did. I wasn't big on football, not big on baseball. I will watch hockey if it's on the tube, but um, the only reason I like hockey is because it's legalized brawling. I just love it. Um, but I used to play basketball. I played in high school. I played in grade school. I played in high school. Until I got kicked out for smoking, and then I never went back. I think it was 11th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade. And then I started smoking dope and drinking a lot. So, which we all did in high school. Drank a lot of beer, smoked cigarettes, smoked dope, started smoking dope. But back then, the dope was so goddamn weak, it didn't make any difference hardly. Um, Not many other drugs, but not until I got out of high school, went into the Army the first time. Yeah, we used to do recreational psychedelics on the weekend. Wonderful time. Wonderful, wonderful time. But yeah, yeah, yeah. Poke and smile. Huh? Yeah, I know. I should write a book. Fuck it. Everybody else writes a book. I had my buddy, the one that sold me the PTR 91. He wrote a book. Oh, I wonder if I can get it for you. Hold up a second. It is one hell of a read, guys. One hell of a read. Oh, here it is. And he's going to put out another version. The editing is not as good as I would like to have seen in this one, but this is the book right here. Badlands by Patrick Kleckner. We served together in the 12th Special Forces Group. He is a 82nd Airborne veteran, 12th Special Forces Group veteran. I don't know if he went to the 20th or if he reenlisted and went active duty, but he did deploy. Um, if he went to Iraq or Afghanistan, I'm thinking he went to Afghanistan. But this is a really damn good book. If you like books that once you start reading them, you can't put them down, that's this book. And it's about survival. It's about zombies. It's about all of the military skills you have to have to survive a zombie attack. It's a very, very entertaining book. And got him to sign it. Where you at? Got him to sign it. And I left him a great review on Amazon too. I said, Pat, you dick. Why did you write a book that I can't put down? It is a very entertaining book. You're in the Badlands, North Dakota. Well, this is set in an urban setting or a suburban setting, suburban setting, but as you can tell maybe by the picture. But yeah, I think this is probably going to become more true now that Mamdani got voted in New York. I think some of this shit might come to pass. Although it'll be Muslims instead of zombies, but 6 of one, half does the other. Do I like Muslims? No. But Gary, you say, why don't you like Muslims? Because they will kill you. Why will they kill you? Because you're an apostate. You're a Christian or you are a Jew. You could even be an atheist. You're just not a believer. So therefore, you're an apostate. And you either convert or you die. One or the other. And according to the Quran, and you should read it if you haven't, it's okay to lie, cheat, steal, deceive, you as an apostate, if you are furthering the cause of Islam. So I don't trust any of them. I don't like any of them. They can all go to hell, for as far as I'm concerned. There was a reason that there were 4, count them, 4 wars against the Muslims. Why? Because Islam tried to take over Europe. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see how this is going to turn out. We got another one. Was a female Muslim. She was elected governor, or she elected governor someplace. I can't think. But yeah, if you look at every Muslim-controlled country in the world, they're all 18th century shitholes. And why is that? Because they've never progressed beyond it. Yeah. Yeah, she was feeling her oats after Mamdani got elected, but I think she'll fucking rein back in. But she's still a clear and present danger in our government. The communists have had infiltrated our government since the end of World War II, and Joseph McCarthy had the right idea. He just didn't realize how far the communist infiltration into our government had been at the time. And it was a lot further than he thought. It's a lot further today. And if you look at Islam and what it preaches, it is nothing but communism. Pure and simple. Communism with a religious bent. That's all. And if we're looking at Islam as a religion, Islam was invented what? After Christianity, after Christ was crucified and put to the cross, 600 years after Christ was dead. Why? How, you might ask? Because Muhammad, who was a smart pedophile, looked around the Arab communities and he saw disorganization and dysfunction. And he thought, them Christians have a good fucking idea. We need an organized religion to control people. And that's all organized religion is. And I'm not gonna harp on all you Christians, Catholics, Lutherans, Baptists, Methodists, and whatever out there. Your faith is your faith. I was raised as a Roman Catholic. My mother's probably looking down from heaven right now going, I thought I taught you better than this. But when I saw the obscene wealth that the Roman Catholic Church has, when I saw the pedophilia that was going on with the Catholic Church, when I grew up and learned about priests and nuns, and I am no longer a Catholic. Am I a Christian? Boy, that's a hard one. Do I believe in an ultimate creator, a God or an Allah or a Buddha or whatever, if you will? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Why do you believe that, Gary? Because the universe and everything in it is too fucking mathematically perfect to be chance. Just too perfect to be chance. The odds would be 1 in 10 trillion that everything in the universe would be mathematically perfect. So therefore it has to be created. Something, someone, somebody, some being had to create it. Okay. Do I believe Jesus Christ was a real person? Yes, he was. Even the Muslims believe that. But to them, Jesus Christ was a prophet, not the Son of God. With the Son of God, the ultimate creator, and do you think that if you think that we're the only intelligence in the universe, then that question, are we alone? You would have to be pretty narcissistic to think that God takes minute interest in our daily lives and everything that goes on. You have to be a complete narcissist to believe that. if you believe that we're the only intelligent beings in this universe, then yeah, you might be justified in thinking that. But if you're like me and you think that there are billions and billions of other life forms out there, some more intelligent, some less intelligent, uh, and everywhere in between than us, then you have to be pretty goddamn narcissistic to think that the ultimate creator is looking at our human population and taking minute detail and interest in our daily, minute by minute lives. You have to. Now, was Jesus Christ the Son of God? Man, hard one. I kind of agree with Terrence Popp. Kind of hard to believe in an immaculate conception without there having been extra P nice in the equation someplace. I don't know about that one. I really don't know about that one. So not 100% convinced of that fact. But I'm not against believing in, considering that. So who's to say that Confucius wasn't the son of God? Jesus was missing for how many years? Where did he go? Well, actually, he traveled through the Middle East, Southeast Asia, learning from wise men and monks and come back and then retold and spouted the same stuff. So, well, Gary, then you don't believe in heaven or hell. Oh, no, I do. Yes, I do. But they aren't places. Heaven's not up there, hell's not down there, in the bowels of the earth and whatever. No. Heaven and hell are different dimensions of where we are right now. Because with different dimensions, 1 second to the next, different outcomes, different actions, different whatever. If you're a good person in this life, you will move on to a better dimension. If you are a asshole in this life, you're evil, you will move on to a more evil dimension. And you can keep moving that way, or you can regress or get retreaded back to the dimension that you're in so that you can live that life over again to become better or worse. Or you can't change, don't change at all, and you'll get reincarnated right back here doing the same shit over and over. That, my friends, hey, hold up a second, Rocky Mountain Prospector, hold up a second. I'm changing you to a moderator. You are now blue. I gotta catch the people that come in here that are in white. So I gotta change you so that you can go to other people's channels and subscribe to them and you know, expand your learning, expand your horizons. So yeah, that's my whole take on religion. But see, the Christians tried to evangelize all of the unknown world back in the day, 14th, 15th, 16th century, South America, Africa, Southeast Asia, that weren't Buddhist or what's the other one? Hindu, or Sikh, or at the time. Um, and they tried to evangelize. Well, after the last, 100 years, Christianity has kind of waned and on the downhill, and Islam is now on the upswing. And so religion is one of those uh, areas that are trying to control for or vie for control of the world. And the other, see, that would be religion. Okay, it was Christianity, now it's Islam. Okay. The other power center that's trying to vie for control of the world is communism, like in um, Russia, China, North Korea, that form of communism. Islam in itself is a form of communism, but that form of communism. So it's a non-religious form of communism, where you still have a head dictator. You might even have oligarchs, but you would put them out a window or in a plane crash or a helicopter crash if they challenge your power. Like Kim Jong, like um, the dick in Korea, or the dick in China, and Putin. You know, those are all communist dictators that are non-religious communists. And then you have what we have here in the West, and I don't call it. It's not fascism like Nazi fascism or Mussolini fascism. It's what do I call it? A technocracy, basically, where the government is run by large corporations, for large corporations, and the little guy just gets screwed over and over again. And he's screwed with religion, he's screwed with uh, dictator communism, non religious communism, or he's screwed the way we are. We are not a society, and our government is not what our founding fathers envisioned. Not. We are a technocracy. We have the illusion of choice. We don't have any choice. Just like um, Carlin said, George Carlin said at one time, you have the illusion of choice. You don't have a choice. Every once in a while, there's a glitch in the matrix, and a John F. Kennedy gets elected, or a Ronald Reagan gets elected, or a Donald Trump gets elected. But have you noticed uh, any similarities between those three? JFK wanted to do away with the CIA and wanted to do away with the Federal Reserve, and they killed him. Ronald Reagan wanted to do some things too, and they tried to kill him. And Trump wants to do some things too, and they're trying to kill him. Now, do I agree with everything each one of those people wanted to do? No, not at all. Am I MAGA? No. I'm about 70% Trump, about 30% no go. But I'm thinking I'll let him play out his term, see how things roll, see how things shape up before I make my final decision on him. I have made my final decision on Kennedy. I made my final decision on Reagan after they were gone or they were done. Did I like the fact that Reagan actually legalized 10 million illegal immigrants that had been here for years and years? Didn't really like it. Should have done something about it before then. But they had been here for 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. We're already working here, already ingrained in society. Might as well be having them fucking legalized and paying fucking taxes. So, yeah, that's just one of the things I didn't like about Reagan. I didn't like his little trickle down fucking scenario either, because it never trickles down. The rich get richer and the poor guy gets poorer. That's all. Yeah, oh, that's Biden. But we all knew that that was going to be a shit show. Well, if you're not blue, you can't go to somebody else's channel. Otherwise, it would just say report or this or that. The Louvre. Okay. Ooh. The Louvre. 24 karat gold? Really, fervent. Is it a 10th ounce, half ounce, quarter ounce, full ounce? Sterling 24 karat plates. Damn. I get more excited about gold than I do about anything. You know, back, what was it, a couple years ago? I sold, 10 ounces of gold? Yeah. I sold 10 ounces of gold and I bought 20 ounces of platinum. I think that's back when gold was 2,000. And I don't know if I made the wise decision back then, but I'm sticking with it right now. Ooh, really? Size of a dollar coin. And it's sterling too. Cool. I really like sterling silver. I really do. 925 sterling silver is the shits, I think. Because I've got 35% silver. I've got 50% silver. I've got 80% silver. I've got 90% silver. I've got 925 silver. And I've got 999s or 499s fine silver. And I think if I wasn't buying triple or 499s fine stuff, out of all of them, I'd rather have 925. I think you can buy 925 silver sometimes cheaper than you can buy 90% stuff. I think sometimes you can. To Claude Monet, huh? Very nice, Fervid. Very nice. You know, there was one coin I got. It was a 1/10 or a 1/4 ounce gold coin. It says on one side, it's got a ship on it. It says, "Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God," and the other side, I forget what it says. And then I found a 1 ounce silver, also the same thing. So I got kind of a set there together. That's one of my favorite gold coins right there. I guess maybe I should bring that in. Hey, vote for Pedro. Hey, buddy. You're taking a break finally? Jeez, man. 10 o'clock at night. Holy moly, it's been over for what? 4 hours? Holy crap, dude. I got beat out of a lot of stuff today, buddy. I don't have a lot of money this year, but I got beat out of quite a few lots today. But I did manage to get 3, so I'm good. We'll see what comes up tomorrow. Hey, Block. What up? Your ears must have been itching. We were talking about you. You laughed at me when I fucking lost that goddamn Donegal, so now I'm going to laugh at you. Oh, shit, guys. You know, we have talked about so much shit tonight. I showed you so much shit tonight. Good God almighty. Art. God, we got art. We got coins. We got nut bags. We got little gold pans with my nut bags in it. I got little gold pans. Look at this, man. I got gold pans up the butt. Oh, no. Not up the butt. That would hurt. And I got little dingleberries. And I got some more gold from Mike for Democracy. I got a couple of grams of maples and a couple of Alcambiernims. I got a nice little note from Mike. I got a 9-finger mining sticker. I got my feet down. Back up again. I got a bag of pay dirt from 9-finger mining from Creed up in Alaska, Fairbanks. A city that I have visited a couple of times in my military career. And this is a 1 gram bag. No, this is a half gram bag here. And I got that 1 gram bag from Swamp Dog today. So, yeah, two of those 1 gram maples went to my buddy Pat, where I bought that PTR 91. No, he got one of those. He got 2 1/10 ounce gold maples, and he got 1 gram maple, a ½ ounce polar bear, Canadian polar bear, silver, and $40 in cash. And I bought that rifle from him. The PTR 91 is a exact clone of an HK 91. So, and I don't have any HKs except for 1 pistol. And now I'm glad I got that too. But always fly into Anchorage, yeah. I think I went to Anchorage one time. What is the air base outside of Anchorage? Eielson, ain't it? Yeah, one of the first times I went to Anchorage was, let me see, back in 1977 when I went through winter warfare course, the summer portion. So we were doing rock climbing and navigating northern waterways and glacier. We were doing glacier work. And then the second time I went was with the 12th group when we went up there on exercise. I think I only went there twice. Anchorage I've been to once. I believe it was Eielson Air Force Base was right outside Anchorage. Can't remember, but I think so. Anyway, yeah. I've been to Alaska 4 or 5 times, but always in the military, always doing missions, always out in the bush training, or up on the glacier, or on a rock, or up the river. Never get to do any of the touristy stuff. Now, in eight years, when I and my wife celebrate our 50th anniversary, we're going to Alaska. What I want to do is take an Amtrak from Iowa all the way up to Washington State, get on a cruise ship all the way up along the coast. We get up there, depart the cruise ship, do all the touristy stuff, maybe go do a little deep sea fishing for half a day or whatever, come back, do some shopping, go out to eat, get back on the cruise ship, back down the coast, back on the train, back over here. Think it's a good way to see the country? I think it'll be a good trip. So now I've been there. I have been there. Yes, we were on the Kenai River, and that's where we would do our boat handling and how to read northern rivers. I got to fly over Denali. I got to fly over Denali in a C-130. Even flew by Mount McKinley. And he looked right out the goddamn window at it because we were flying below the peaks. Yes. That would be great to have a cabin up there, man. Yeah, we went up. No salmon, but we did take fishing poles. You catch whitefish. But when we were out in the bush, man, I'll tell you what, it's fucking stupid because the Army Reserves would give us, we had to carry weapons because, you got a rucksack, you got weapons, you got LBE, you got all your gear with you. And we're climbing 8,000-9,000 foot mountains, hills. They're not mountains, they're hills. Anything under 10,000 feet is not a mountain, it's a hill. But we were out on one mission. It was a SEER mission, survival, evasion, resistance, and escape mission. And we had to set up dead letter drops and a bunch of stuff. It was during blueberry season, and we had taken a break as a team and sat down, pulled security. We were in a thick blueberry patch, and I was sitting there on security eating blueberries, thinking, God damn, these are good. Oh, fuck. Wait. What else eats blueberries this time of year? Fucking bears. Not a goddamn round between us. Had we been thinking, even though the Army didn't issue it, we'd all had some rounds in our pocket. And they would have been locked and loaded when we went out. But thank God we didn't run into a fucking bear. Outdoor boys, okay. Built like a barracks? Yeah, I bet. How many bunk beds you got in there? Because when we were down in Mercer at my buddy's shooting range down there, because he teaches military law enforcement, private security forces, and civilians also, he has like 4 pistol houses and a lot of different targets. One's a computer run deal, shotgun houses, and a 900-yard range. Before we got there, he had highway patrol class in there, and he was still cleaning up from that. But we got to look. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fucking rooms with 4 beds apiece in. One even had 5 in, and he sleeps in one. What he was telling, and to me, that's a barracks. He had a bar out in the main room and a small kitchenette there. And then out the back door was a shed where he parked like his 4-wheeler and truck and worked on stuff in there and storage. Yeah, when you talk about barracks, I keep thinking about bunk beds all the time. Bunk beds. Well, yeah, they possibly could have. I didn't think we were making that much noise because, doing that stuff, you're not supposed to be making any noise, but crashing through. And we were loaded, dude. We had 120 pounds. That's rucksack, weapon, LB. And you're trying to climb a 9,000-foot hill through triple deadfall. And I remember my lieutenant sitting on a log as he crossed it and put his other leg across and fucking fell over backwards. And he was down in the deadfall with his legs up, his arms up in the air. He couldn't fucking move. He was turtled. He was down in a hole in that deadfall. And it took 3 of us to pull his ass out of there. Yeah, so fun times. Fun times. I remember we had to turn in some poachers while we were up there because we were on top of this hill. We were overlooking a lake. And we saw a float plane come in and get down to the water and skim the water and pushed all a big flock of ducks up to one end. And as they turned around, you could hear the shotguns going off. And they picked up like 5, 10 ducks, took off. And I don't know if tail number on the plane or not. I think we were too far away. But we turned them into the local wardens anyway, told them where we were at and whatever when we got back in. But that was a fun thing. Oh, no. No mosquitoes. Lots of black flies. Oh, there are bugs. There are plenty of bugs. Giveaway time. Yeah, I got your giveaway. Let me look. Do I even have anything? Oh, wait, I got something for you, Block. Look out. This is just for you. Sassy Susan gave that to me. I do have my bears up here, though, on my table. I brought them out for this weekend. See the field phone over here? That's because I was a commo dude. Before I became an engineer, I was a commo dude. See the rucksack, the helmet? It's got the wrong helmet on though. That's a GWatt. Oh no, yeah, GWatt. I have the old I put it away. I have the old steel pot. Want to see my other bear? Ah! Here's my other bear. See the rucksack on this motherfucker? Yeah. That's what it looks like. Even hangs lower in their ass. And see, this one's got the right helmet on. See, he's got a steel pot on. Yeah. Those are my bears. Oh, yeah. But not only that, I have my little army guys up here too. Here's my rifleman. Here's my little mortar guy. They're sitting up here too for this weekend. I don't have much else out for this weekend. I did have my helmet out here. I did have my helmet out here, but you know. See ya, Pedro. See you, buddy. Tomorrow. Get some sleep. 111 likes. Yeah, that was yesterday. It wasn't on this channel, I can tell you that. But I'm surprised. Little Siobhan hasn't come out to tell me she has to go outside. So I think she's done for the evening. Hopefully I ran her out. I do have come loose you. What does that have in it? I have never understood what that had in it. Is that supposed to be glow in the dark shit? I don't know. I'm sending that to Jenna's boy too. I don't know what the hell it's in there, but I got a bunch of shit up here I got to send Jenna when I get that cigar box fixed. The hinges, they just completely came off the box. I hammered them back in. They're not staying. So, yeah. So we're doing tomorrow, right? The WWP is tomorrow. We're skipping Monday and then having the final days on Tuesday, right? That's Tuesday, I'm hoping. Well, I didn't get a picture sent to AG47, so whatever. Nobody wants to look at my ugly goddamn face anyway. But I'll try to be there. Yeah, skipping one, that's what I thought. I'll try to be there for the vet gaw on Tuesday. Oh, I don't know if my wife is going to be home then or not, but I don't know. We'll see. So, do we get mail Monday or do we get mail Tuesday? Are we taking Monday? Are we getting a 3-day weekend for Tuesday or are we getting a 4-day weekend? And not getting mail either day. So I don't know that. See you, Pedro. Good evening, buddy. Get some sleep. See, I don't know. I don't know how that works. If I was working for the government, I would say we're probably going to get a 4-day weekend out of it. But whatever. It doesn't matter. Nobody wants to look at my ugly ass anyway. So, yeah, that's the way that goes. It's not a big deal. Ah, man. Let me get that just for you back up here. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, you want to see the one coin I did get? That I thought was kind of neat, but you guys can tell me. I don't know. Some of you guys probably saw this before, but Bear Trap stackable. See if I can show this. Come on. There, look at that. Isn't that neat? Look at how tall this thing is. I thought it was kind of neat. And it is a stackable. Don't know who makes it because it doesn't say on it. And there's no COA or anything, nothing on the box. It does say 999 fine silver, blah, 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 1 ounce, but it doesn't say who made it. And I'm thinking it's Comsco, but I don't know. But anyway, that's the box. And it's supposed to sit in there just like that. And it had this big goddamn foam block in there sitting on top of it. But it's supposed to actually be like that so you can look in it. And evidently this is just for packaging. But that's kind of a neat, I thought it was neat. I took it over and showed my brother, who is the put my bears in them. I could do that. But I don't want to take this thing out of the plastic. I want to leave it in the plastic. And then I'm not so sure you want to take it out of the capsule. Here, you want to see the one bear that sits on my, it has this little thing here that it sets on, little, but there, that's my other bear. Whoa! Look out, you. Well, it's not gonna, it's brass, so it's not gonna hurt it at all, but yeah, that's how big she is. And it sits on there just like that. That sits up there by the bear trap now. I don't think this that bear trap would hold this bear in all actuality. No, I took that bear trap over and showed my brother because my brother is a trap collector. He buys them, sells them, fixes them up, resells them, blah, blah, blah. And he still traps. But I took it over and showed him. He said, "No, isn't that the coolest little thing you ever saw?" Because they do make little bitty miniature traps about that big. And you can wear them as earrings or whatever. But a lot of people collect those just to have every certain type and kind. They're real cool. I can bring some here. I can bring some and show you, but um, he thought that was a neat little coin. So I don't know. It's kind of neat. 2025 South Korean bear trap. Yep. I thought it was a Comsco because I thought, yeah, they were the only ones that made them. But what do I get? Oh, I got that one from Stack Inn. Yeah, that was a two bank coin and or a two bank pour. I already had one bank, so I had to get one more win. I thought it's going to take a while. They put it away. Okay. Hell, it wasn't two races later. I think I got another win, and it was. I think it cost me $18 for that one. So that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad at all there. Did I? Yeah, I did. I took them downstairs. Yeah, I took those other knives downstairs. I have I have three more knives coming. Three more knives. Two fillet knives, two different styles of fillet knives, and another small like that knife. Actually, the one I ordered doesn't have as much. It doesn't have as much belly on it, and the tip doesn't come straight off. It's more upswept. But this is the one that comes from, and I have 4 or 5 of these from different styles from Angry Warrior Tackle Box. A friend of his makes these out in California. And the other ones I got coming are from a company called Scallywag Tactical. And I bought just about all of their cheap knives. Now they have some expensive ones, a little bit bigger knives now, but $250 knives, $275 knives. So I may get one of them just to have one. I don't know, but and you guys know I collect knives, fixed blade knives. So anytime there's a good looking knife I want to try from a new company, I will buy it. Just because it's a couple $100 doesn't mean anything because $200, $300, $400 for a knife is not out of the question for a good knife. So it's like $1,000 for a weapon. If it's a good weapon, it's not out of the question. I don't know. Oh, I was talking to Kiwi last night on his stream, and he was getting drunk, but I did find out the name of the golf club that he's a member of, and now he's what is he? What do you call him? He's like in charge of groundskeeper. He's got a couple of assistants that handle different events and stuff. Urine, Urenui. And that's the name of the town, I guess. But that's the golf club. Urenui Golf Club in New Zealand. I looked it up, and they're a pretty nice club too. I think If you want 1 year sponsorship, I think $500 is a 1 year sponsorship. And then they have memberships, life memberships, and memberships, yearly memberships. I've never belonged to a golf club. I've always gone to public courses, but holy shit, man. That's some money. What the hell? Oh, okay. I know what that is. Yeah, that's what that was. See on my list of things to do block? Clean and fix that grill and sell it. And what else? Everything else is crossed off except email block some lists. And I haven't got that done either. Yeah, these little little SOG knives. SOG knives are good. SOG's a good knife. They're a good knife. Yep. I think I have one. Yes, I do. A large fixed blade, though. Yeah. Gerber 650. I had a little 2-inch Gerber folder at one time. Handiest little damn knife I ever had. I didn't have one time deer hunting. I did not have a large knife with me, but I gutted a couple deer with that little bitty Gerber. And all you got to do, I mean, you don't have to go through any bone up into the rib cage. You don't have to go down through the pelvic bone. All you have to do is just clean it out, and you reach up in the chest cavity and pull out everything all the way up to the esophagus. So that little Gerber was one of the best little knives I think I've ever gotten. For the money, I think it was only like 20, 22 bucks. Good little knife. Good little knife. The one that I just got, and I do like cold steel knives. The one that I just got was the Master Hunter Sanmai, and I showed that on one of my lives. Good knife, damn good knife. The only bitch about that knife is that Creighton handle is not aggressive enough stippling on it, and when your hand is full of blood and deer fat, it gets slippery. It gets slippery. So the only thing you can do is put some skateboard tape on there, and then you got something you can hang on to. For many, many years, I carried a Buck 110 folder. Many, many years. But that is a fairly heavy folding knife. And if you're going to carry that, you might as well carry a goddamn fixed blade knife. Because you can't carry it in your pocket, it'll pull your pants down. You have to wear it on a belt. So you might as well just carry a fixed blade knife. All right, Matt. We'll see you, buddy. Take care. Thanks for coming in. What did you find hunting deer? You found mine hunting. I found mine hunting deer. A 110? Oh, okay. Somebody drop it or you lose it? What is the one I have now? Mine is an Outdoor Edge replaceable blade knife. It's like a razor blade. It's replaceable. You can still sharpen them if you want to. I do. I resharpen them, but you can just snap in a new blade and keep on going. Yeah. How many years did it take for you to find it? You found it the next year, didn't you? I'll bet you. I'll bet you. Ah, don't you hate that when you pick up a box of coins and they've already been hunted once? Damn. But how do you know they didn't miss any? I mean, it probably not possible that they missed some silver. They might have. But were they looking for errors? Were they looking for die cracks and double dies and stuff like that? Or were they just looking for silver? Well, it's hard to tell what they were looking for, but if they've already been hunted, I don't think I'd go through them again either. But I'm sure probably they were just looking for silver, seeing as how they were dimes. But not real sure that people hunt dimes for error and varieties, but they might. I don't know. I don't do it, so I can't say. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's goofier than hell. 10:30. Oh, yeah. Nah, I'm not gonna get it. Fuck that. I don't know what else you want to talk about. We talked about just about every goddamn thing under the sun tonight. There you go. Hunted hazard is still found at 23p DDO. Yeah. And I imagine you had to put that under a scope to see that it was a double die. Because if it was that obvious, you didn't need a scope, somebody would have noticed it, I would think. Is that right? Well, I thought when Block goes through them, doesn't he keep um, die cracks? I thought he did. It was a big enough die crack. What are mules? What are mules? Crossbreeds? That's what a mule is. Cross between a horse and a donkey. I thought he kept them, but mule coins are coins. Oh, struck with the wrong dies. Okay. All right. Well, I tell you what, Sheet, I'm not into them either. I don't look for them at all, period. I don't. Well, I need large brother. You know what? I just put these are dollars. Yeah, those are dollars. I just put a Canadian Mountie. These are the ones, let me see, those are extra Voyager dollars. I need another book. That's where these are going in. These are all of the extra commemoratives I have. They're all going in another book. I want just a book of commemoratives. Dollars. That's it. Do I have any? Yeah, I got one in here. This is the 2015 Flanders Field. Starting on that book. This book is about done. If Block ever gets me my, it's a 61 half, sorry. See, those are 60s. Here, let me put a camera down here. God damn it. '60s. See, it's got the Charlottetown, Quebec, and it's got the Snow Goose. I want another book that have those two from the '60s in it. '70s. Here's that Mountie. Right there. Look at the toning on that bad boy. I have another one. It's going in the other book. Same as this one, this one, that one, and that one. All extras. I have all extras. They'll go in another book. And those are 70s, I think. So you got the one ship up here, right there. We got the Confederation coin right there. You got the Jacques, whatever the hell his name is, right there. Then you got the Regina dollar. And then you got this one right here. Davis Straits. Yeah. And then this one is from the 90s. I think this last page is 90s. I need most of the 90s. Yeah. I got a 1996. I got a Macintosh Apple in there, but that's the only one I got from the 90s. So I got 60s, 70s, 80s, starting on the 90s, starting on the 2000s. Starting on the 2000s. And I got to get another dollar book because I'm going to put all these commemoratives in there. That book would be just for nothing but commemorative dollars. I'm further along on the dollars than I am on my halves and quarters. I'm further along on my nickels than I am on my halves and quarters, but maybe I could trade these books for Canadian books. Because this is a Jefferson nickel collection, 38 to 61. This is number one here. Oop. Looks like that one came out. Yeah, that one's all there. Those are all Jefferson nickels. And then this book here just says nickels. I don't know. These are Canadian beaver nickels here. And most of this is full except these two right here. And Block told me that these two were the ones that are like $200 a piece. That was a 26, 25 and a 26, 1925 and 1926. This nickel book here goes with my other nickel books down here. I don't know why that one's up there like that, but that goes down here with this because I have those other beaver nickels in there. This is a Jefferson nickel book here. This one could get traded. I would trade that for Canadian stuff any day because I don't keep American stuff. Yeah, I'd be interested in trading for it because I'm not a American collector. 38 to 61. I don't collect American stuff. I don't collect US stuff. I got some other stuff too, but I don't ever bring it out much. I just kind of play with putting stuff together. I don't have what are you talking about? 53 to 2022 when she passed. Yeah, I would be interested in caribou quarters. Let me look here at quarters for a second. Here's what we got for quarters. And I really am not, I haven't got a lot of quarters. See, now here's a couple of quarters I got that I got 3 of those. Come on, you quit it. The RCMP quarters, I got 3 of them. So, what do we got for quarters here? I have an empty book here, and this is 1870 through 1910. 1870 and 1910. What have I already got done? Oh, Lord. I have some quarters. Some quarters, but these are mostly the newer ones. That's the last page I got going on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 pages of. When did this one start? When did I start this? 2000. I started this from 2000 on. And I have that many more quarters that's got to go in books. And what do I have here as far as missing goes? Well, that's pennies there. What do I have here? There's 12 different 1999 quarters. in 1992. All 12 provinces. So it looks like. I don't know what that one there is, but that goes right there. So I got to put these RCMP quarters in the bag with these so I don't lose them. And then I was looking through it because I had a set of RCMP quarters, RCMP dollars, and 2 RCMP tokens, all in a set. And so I decided to bust that set up and start putting it in books. I think my half dollars are even worse than that. I need an 88, an 89, a 61. Yeah, that's the one Block found me was the 61. And I have extra 50-cent pieces too, but I'm not getting rid of them. Right up here is where that 61 goes, right there. And 70s and 80s. And I haven't even got started on any 90s yet. But it looks like I need most of the 90s. The halves are what I'm really missing, man. I need all the 1990s to present except for 2002. I need 40, 41, 42, 45, 47, 48, 49. And I need all of them from the start of when they were produced except 1918 and 1919. I need all the 20s, 30s, a lot of the 40s. And I need everything before 1920s also. So, but I got that bag full. And I got another bag full of them I got to go through. I got too much shit. And see, there's only one book for 50-cent pieces, and it needs another book, at least one more book. Nickels and dimes. Dimes I'm really short on too because I don't have a whole lot of dimes, I don't think. But anyway, I'm just getting my stuff kind of situated around getting stuff put into books, kind of, yeah. Okay, we'll see you, JJ. We'll see you in the morning. I ain't going to have a whole lot to do tomorrow because it's going to be raining again tomorrow, I think. Yeah, I'd buy it as a whole set or trade for a whole set. Yeah, okay, no problem. I'll look at it. Let's see. I will look at it right there. We'll put that right there. Okay. All right, now I got to figure out where I'm at here. All right, there we go. All right, I'll look at that. All right, very good. I'll look at that. Okay. Ask me how I know. Yeah, I should have a 92 in there too. Give one away. What? Which one? Would be kind of unfair now that everybody has left, wouldn't it? I mean, vote for Pedro's gone. JJ's gone. I think it's just you and Furvis. I know I can't tell how many people are here, how many aren't, because I'm not on YouTube on a different channel, or I'm not on, not on my channel, on a different channel, which I could be, but I'm not. There's Shroom Day, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm starting to say fuck giveaways too after fucking last night. Jesus Christ, one more fucking humiliating fucking loss like that, and I'm gonna quit. Jesus Christ. 8 out of 40 chances. That's what? More than 20% chance. And I couldn't even last until the last 10 people. That blows. That just blows. Does that show you what my luck is like? God damn, man. My luck sucks. Especially when it comes to bank races or gauze. I suck. Well, in his first and second race, I had 4 or 5. Can't remember. 4 or 5. Yeah, suck it up. Or like we say in the Army, embrace the suck. Embrace the suck. I had a guy yesterday I was watching, and he's a former Marine, and he did a video, and usually it's for people going into the military or whatever. And he said he did one stream on the 10 things that you'll notice yourself doing or habits that you get into after being in the military. And one is eating fast. You do that. It used to be, you sit down at a table at home, please pass this, please pass that. And you took your time eating and you talk, about the day and what you guys did in school and what mom and dad would talk about what they did during the day and whatever. No, in the military, you don't. You'll fucking get your tray, you get your shit on your tray. If you don't have it eaten by the time you get to the fucking table, you're wrong. You're wrong. You should have had it already eaten. You just walk right back over and put your tray down at the fucking place where they take the trays and wash them. And you get your ass out of mess hall. If you have to sit down, you're taking too long. Stuff food in your pocket if you have to. But if you get to sit down at a table, you fucking wolf it down. I mean, wolf it down. Don't want to eat too much, but you want to eat just enough. Why do you want to eat too much? Because they're going to smoke the shit out of you as soon as you get outside. Why? You weren't fast enough. You weren't in line. It wasn't straight. Fucking wasn't this, wasn't that. Do push-ups. Do burpees. Do fucking mountain climbers. And you're going to puke. So if you sit down at the table at home, you go home on leave, what do? Well, my folks would say prayer, boom, get your food on your plate, shove that shit in, you're just sitting there waiting for everybody to put stuff on their plate. You're already done eating. It took my folks a long time to get used to me eating that fast. What was the other thing? He said, oh, yeah. You learn to suck it up, Buttercup. He said, you could have been the captain of your football team. You could have been a debate captain. You could have been this guy. You could have been that guy. You could have been the ladies' man in high school. Could have been the captain of your football team, the star receiver. Doesn't make a fucking bit of difference. You're just like anybody else. You're not special. You're a piece of shit. You are lower than whale shit. And he said, you learn to embrace the suck. Yep. Whether you're crawling through the mud or doing obstacle course or you're out in the field at 50 below, which I was a lot, or sitting on a fucking 110-degree tarmac, and your bird gets canceled. You've been sitting there for 4 hours, and then finally your bird gets canceled because they had mechanical problems. Can't get another bird in. Stand up, take your shit off, put it back on a truck, going back, or flying nap of the earth in a C-130, and I'm talking 500 feet off the deck, up and down and around and over and out, and people are fucking heaving their guts out, and you're stand-up hookup, and you're slipping on puke, getting out the door. Yeah, you learn to deal with it. You learn to embrace the suck. You learn to deal with it. I can't take to this day, I cannot take a hot shower. You want to know why I can't take a hot shower? Because I can't fucking quit sweating after taking a hot shower. I have to take a tepid shower. I mean, on the verge of cold. Otherwise, I sweat my ass off. I just can't take a hot shower. Cannot. What's another thing that you get used to? Well, back in my day, we had cotton fatigues, and so you would have to wash them and starch them. You know, turn them into laundry, and you pay so much a month, and you know they would do clothes every week or whatever. You had a laundry bag, you turned it in, and they come back. I mean, if they didn't stand up by themselves, they didn't have enough starch in them. When you had to actually put your hand down the legs, open them up so you could put your feet in them, that's about the right amount of starch. If you could pound yourself on the chest and it sounded like cardboard, then you had enough starch. But then after we had the old cotton fatigues in 75, I don't know what it was, 77? I think it was 77. We went to permanent press fatigues. They were permanently pressed. You couldn't starch them, but you could still iron the fuckers. So they still had to be ironed. So everybody had an ironing fucking iron in their room. And they would put their fucking clothes on the bed and fucking iron the shit. Put a crease in them. Had to have a crease in them. And all the time, we had spit shine fucking shoes. The first 3 years I was in infantry. So I was in the 1st Infantry Division. We didn't have to have spit shine shit. But everything had to be black and shiny, but not spit shine. So that's brush on, let it dry, brush it off. Yeah, you got nice shiny boots. Even take a little rag and buff the toe, buff the heel. But after I went to airborne school and special forces school, Then it was spit shine fucking jump boots for parades and dress uniform, or it was spit shine jungle boots. And I think when we went in, we had BDUs. So no starch in the BDUs, but you can still fucking iron them. When I first went into Special Forces, we had the old green jungle fatigues. So, slanted pockets and a whole bit, and buttons, no Velcro, any of that shit. And then we got BDUs when 82, 83, I don't know, somewhere in there. But still, you had jungle boots and spit shine jungle boots. Don't make a lot of sense, but don't have to. Spit shine your jungle boots. Press your field uniform. Same shit you go out on patrol with, but better be pressed in garrison. Don't make a lot of sense, but hey. And then they went to those fucking brown leather boots that were rough. You didn't have to polish them or shit. You just had to put silicone on them. I actually bought a pair of Herman Survivors. Tall, insulated Herman Survivors. I think I still have them out in the garage. I wore the shit out of them boots. Because we were training for mountainous terrain. So Herman Survivors made plenty of sense. And they were okay to wear. So good to go there. I bought my own rucksack. I bought a low ruck because we were still using Alice rucksacks. And without a lot of modification, Alice rucksacks suck. But I bought my own sleeping bag because those old mountain bags with feathers, and they didn't even have down in them; they had feathers in them. They sucked, especially in really cold temperatures. I bought a lot of my own shit in Special Forces. A lot of my own shit. When I was in a qualification course, they only had a 15-gallon water heater, a 10-gallon water heater. The first person got a hot shower. Everybody else, no. They got cold ass showers. If we ever got a hot meal out at Camp McCall, it was in Mermite cans. And it might be hot or lukewarm or cold by the time they got there and by the time you got to eat. Most of the time you're eating sea ration. We didn't have MREs back then. We had sea rations. I think after a while, we got I think the oldest the oldest MREs known to man. And there's something to be said for the old MREs. I think they were better than the newer ones, but I much preferred sea rations. I didn't like the weight, but you could still rat them. You could still rat fuck the meals. Take out what you wanted, the light shit, and put it in your rucksack, and just store the rest someplace else. You can still rat fuck the meals, just like you can with MREs now. But my favorite meal was always a LRP, a long range reconnaissance patrol ration. All that was just a big package of freeze dried shit. You just heated up water, poured it in, stirred it up. That was your meal. Those were fucking actually good. You didn't have a accessory pack with toilet paper and all that other bullshit in. You just had the meal. That was it. What else didn't you complain about? What else? Something I don't know. He's an interesting guy. Trying to help young troopers when they're first going in. But he's funny. He's funny. And you look back on it now and you go, yeah, makes a lot of sense. You know, when I was first in special forces, I would go home on leave and I would take my either my sleeping bag, or if it was summertime, I just take a poncho liner or two and my poncho, tie my poncho liner in my poncho, put it on the ground, flip it over myself, and just sleep outside on the lawn. My mom worried about me. She thought I was fucked. She thought I'd lost it. She thought I'd lost it. I would sleep out on the lawn for a week until I had to go back. I go in the house to eat in the morning, but I go outside to sleep at night. So, all right, we'll see you, Fervid. Thank you, buddy. All right, Fervid, JJ, Block. Fervid's leaving, so Block's still here. JJ's still here. No, JJ left, so just Block. Block and me are here. Well, we're going on 4.5 hours, so I'm a quitting. I'm a quitting for tonight. It's 11:05 here. So, oh, Tarragonta's here yet? Yeah. All right, we'll see ya. Night night. All right, Block. We'll see you also. Take care, you guys. We'll find some other shit to talk about one of these nights. All right, take it easy. Peace out.